Yeah. Oh, okay, we back. We're back. We're hanging out. Doing nothing but doing something. I'll get the trailer cam. Allegedly. Um, I think what's really the real important message here for the car here is that they're using a handicap placard for a non-handicapped person. That person obviously could walk. He obviously could walk backwards, but that they don't they that car with the handicap placard could park there for 72 hours. Morons. Morons. Yeah, they can be invisible disabilities. You're right. But he moved two cars. Well, he moved the other cars. You can't do that. At least I think you can't do that. No, invisible disabilities for a parking placard seems reasonable, truthfully, at this point. It's his religion choice and his attitude. Hard to say. Oh, there's my little doggies. I love these little girls. The 3 dogs. The guy's so happy and laughing, and he's got good vibes to him. This man, always in a good mood when he comes by, always with a smile and laughing. Beaver, beaver, beaver boy. Beaver, beaver, beaver boy. Beaver, beaver, beaver boy. Here, I'll get the video clipped here. Well, and think about the neighbors. Jesus fuck. I gotta make a phone call real quick, y'all.
Yeah, that's your time. You got to go in because you're not really free. How does that feel? How does that freedom feel right now? Take your little breakfast, go on side. That's what freedom is. Masked armed men telling you what to do because you're not really free, man. You deserve to be free. You deserve to be free, but you're not free. That's not how freedom works. Armed masked man telling you that you have to go inside. That's not how freedom works. I promise you that. I've been to jail a bunch of times. I know what freedom is. I'm telling you, that is not freedom. You hear me? Sleep on that. Sleep on that. You laugh. You're making $48 a week. All that hard work you're doing, you'd be making at least $400 or $500 in LA with the way that you work. $400 or $500 a day for how hard you work.
Watch this be the security company that Diddy's trying to hire. 041. OPS 041. 041. Private security. OPS Inc. I don't think this lady in the black van is filming me. She appeared to be just watching videos. From my vantage point, it did appear that she was filming me. Person's yelling.
Oh no, please stop. Please stop filming the car. Yes, she is recording me. Now she's honking. She's honking. Locked. I think this character came before and was some of the reason why I called someone out as a bad actor. Ooh, parking enforcement. Yes, that security guy was carrying a weapon. Like mid-sentence. This person was here before, I think. This character in the black Jeep or whatever. Do you want to pull up so that it technically looks like you moved out of the spot? And I'll pull it right. Do you want to pull up so that it technically looks like you moved out of the spot? I'll pull in right behind you. Like go around the block? Or just try to run the block and come back right? You definitely left the spot? Yeah. Are you almost here? We're a team. We're a team and we are so special. With our powers combined.
Bear and Fox working together. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just backing up a little bit. She's the girl from Date. Yeah. Are you not entertained? I'm gonna go on the next block and turn Edgemont. Just a soak in it, babe. The car is following me. The car is following me. She followed, she turned.
Dude, that person's crazy.
Yeah, they just swerved at your van.
They went in front of you to try to...
Yeah.
No, they did that to you and they didn't realize I'm fucking right here. See, that person, that's Seinfeld. That's Seinfeld for you right there.
I think that's the girl from the...
That came and bumped me.
Yep.
Yep.
Exactly.
Yeah.
On the second day of the occupation.
Totally, yeah.
Yeah, that's totally fucking her. That's totally her.
Yeah, she had that.
I filmed the.
Snipe
Yeah, I filmed her car last time. Yeah, that's exactly who that was.
I bet you that is.
I bet
I just
you.
didn't
No.
know it was her because
No,
I thought last
that's
time she
exactly-
had a white,
that's
like a white SUV
no.
or something.
That's exactly who it was.
And then she saw me drive by, and when I came here, I was looking at her with the camera. I was filming her with the camera, pointing at her, and then she moved right when she saw me coming up. So she's watching your stream.
Yeah.
Whoever is watching your stream.
Yeah,
that
well,
is
whoever,
100%.
Yeah, whoever caught that on the stream, I didn't see her sticking the phone out.
Yeah.
Do you want? Are you gonna just park there for a bit?
Oh, I did. I turned it off. I was just filming, just static, just in case. And I'm glad because that shit.
That was perfect.
Unbelievable. Oh, good girl, Fox. You pooped that poop. She just pooped it on poop. Okay, let me pick up this poop. I'm gonna give you. Actually, I'm gonna give you your burrito and stuff first. Put her in. Good girl, Fox.
Hey, Foxy. Fox. Foxy. Foxy. Fox. Fox. Say hi. Hi.
Okay, let me get your burrito, okay? And then
All
I'll
right.
pick up her poop.
All right.
Stay here, Fox. Stay.
Yep.
Stay.
Hi.
Here, I'll give you a little bit of air.
Hey, Fox. What do you think? What do you think? Come talk to me for a sec. Don't be such a stranger. I was just stalked by some weirdo girl. There's still water back there. Go get some water. Yeah.
Stay.
That's
Stay.
exactly who that lady was.
You know what I was also thinking is if she was doing that to you or me, how dumb of her. She almost hit my van.
I know. I caught it.
Like she would have died. Like
she would have died, or she just
really. That's what you're doing. Like,
or you're threatening somebody.
That's what I'm saying. Either way,
yeah,
we got you, and we see, and she
and I
was
got her
trying
license
to
plate
park
number.
here. She was waiting for you to leave, and then my motherfucking ass was like, "I'll be there, and I'm gonna take the spot." And right when she saw that in the messages, she fucking started moving. Okay, baby. I'm sorry, I only could get you a amazing breakfast burrito.
Perfect.
Okay. I know you wanted the sandwich.
No, burrito, babe.
I can make you a sandwich better than any sandwich I would have bought for you.
I know you can, babe. I know you can.
Okay, so are you thinking, do you want sweet, and I know you don't like the beady thing, but one of these is for allergy specifically. Can you just try it? And I think it's not as bad as
so
you
you're
think.
going to say it's got beet?
Well, tell me which one you like. No, this is too sour for you. This is the most, I know it's not the best.
Oh, it's good.
Okay, good.
It's good.
I said...
There's beet in it, but it's good.
Yeah, and I told them to add a little bit of apple. Calming down. Okay, here's your... I already took my E3 Live. This is your chat. Look, chat.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. Never mind.
No, yeah.
Hi, chat. I got him covered. I already took my E3 Live, so you're supposed to take that before on an empty stomach. It's supposed to be the first thing, and it's all these nice allergies from the sea. God, man, that chick is losing it. So now you know she's invested. She's invested. Go, babe, just do it. Don't make all the faces. So I'm gonna go do laundry and things, babe, and then oh God, you just wiped all of
Well, it spilled when I opened it, babe.
You just stained your pan,
and
your fingers, but that's okay. That's you. You do that. You didn't even get it all off, honey. Look at your fingers.
I'm gonna change my pants.
It's okay. Your shorts, they're not pants. Okay, let's do this together. Look, cheers, chat.
Yeah, they're shorts, not pants.
They're shorts. Cheers. This is Cayenne Strong. Just shoot it down, babe. It's a face melter. It's called face melter. It's gonna. Whoa, that fucking guy was really close. Okay, cheers.
It's
wow.
My throat.
Wow. It's the oregano, baby.
Yeah, it's oregano.
Okay, let me go pick up this poop.
It's making my throat hot.
It's gonna stay hot for about 4 minutes.
Am I allowed to do that?
Yeah, you can tell, and that will get rid of it because the beet juice gets rid of it. Okay, stay here.
Beet juice.
I'm gonna pick up poop up here.
Fucking oregano, man. Can we do without the oregano? Healthy. This is I don't wonder why we have a nation of obesity. If that's healthy.
Babe, stop yelling at me behind my back. At least do it in front of me. Didn't she poop, or was I crazy? Or did the guy get too excited?
That sounds like a question I shouldn't answer either way.
No, I mean, well, yes, I'm crazy, and maybe she didn't poop.
Yeah.
Because I saw her, like, looking like she was pooping.
Sometimes she's looking like that and she's peeing.
Yeah, that's why I was wondering, maybe she wasn't pooping.
Yeah.
I just went on their property to look for the poo, and it wasn't there.
I don't know why you would do that, babe.
Because I'm a good person.
I would have left the poop right there.
Well, I don't need Scientology to literally have freaking... Thank you! Aw, he just gave us thumbs up. He's seen both of our vans, baby. It's a little more noticeable when we're sitting together.
Yeah, I love how you realize that.
Yeah, I was like,
it was that same
let's
lady.
move that fucking cunt. And she really is. So we know who she... Anyways. Now we're... So listen, I'm going to move out now, baby.
Yeah.
I'm going to go do laundry and stuff. And in 2 hours... How long to the meters? 2 hours?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
4 hour
4
parking.
hours.
Fuck yeah.
Oh, they're technically.
No, it's
Oh,
4
yeah,
hour parking.
4 hours. See, the
8
meter
a.m.
maid
to
the
8
other
p.m.
day said that technically it's only 2 hours.
No, that's a lie.
That's what he
Maybe
told
on
me.
the
I
other
didn't-
side.
Oh, maybe on the other side?
Maybe on the other side. But this is only Friday morning, 12 noon to 3 is street cleaning.
Yeah.
And 4 hour parking, 8 to 4.
Yes.
It's okay to leave the Sea Org, honey. There's a beautiful world out here. We love you out here, not in there. Just had to do that in case that was somebody's dad.
Beautiful.
Okay, I'm gonna go do laundry, baby, and then I'm gonna poke in and out of your live stream,
Okay.
and then I might, once I'm done with laundry and a few errands, I might come and protest a little bit with you.
Okay.
Or if a freaking spot pops up, like on here, if anybody leaves, text me or something. Because then I'll just come, I'll finish laundry, come park the van, and just protest for the first, like 3 hours or something. Does that sound good to you?
Sounds good.
Okay, baby.
Thank you for
You're
all the
amazing.
help
I
in
love
this.
you.
I
You're
love you.
welcome. I love you,
Good.
and they're
I love you.
delicious. And I got extra cheese. And it
Extra
has
cheese.
potato, bacon, eggs, cheese, rice, beans.
Ooh.
And then I gave you in the bag sour cream and mild and hot sauce. Okay, come on. Love you, my angel. See you soon.
Later. Whew. Oh yeah, sour cream, salsa. That's what's up. Don't blow it, man. Goodbye, my love. Free, yes. Yeah, up and over there. Thank you. Oh, what the fuck are you doing, old man? Trying to jump into my parking spot? Yes, there should be a picture of that lady from the encampment. Wendy's poop toilet lady was engagement lady, encampment lady. Wendy's poop toilet. Wait, what? Do you remember when she ruined the toilet and we both had to go so badly? How do you know that was her? Mm. Same wild hair and pink blanket. Pink sports bra. Wendell Ashley. Oh yeah, wait, Wendell Ashley. Oh, that was the other day. Oh, that's right. No, the rib trade thief. Oh, okay. This girl we were sitting there and she came and like pushed Laura, and then I think it was day 2 of the occupation, night 2. Late night, like midnight. And when I told Matthew the King not to engage with her. Yes, Wendell was harassing Ashley. That was when Chi was here. No, no. I don't think it's the same. I don't think she's saying that that's the same person as the person driving the Jeep. At least that's not what I took from what she was saying. She was making that. Different person. Another incident, yeah. No, that's what's great about the mind maps. It kind of just helps, like, and that's where our chat's going to really come in handy, because there's going to be a lot of things that we're not going to remember. And it's not that you won't remember, but you'll notice that it's missing. Because there's so many things that have happened. There's so many characters. But that, like, these are the tactics that Scientology does. I don't know exactly who she's talking about. It's like a detective game. Man, that burrito was good. This guy's yelling. Guy walking down the street. He said, give the building somebody who needs it. Yeah, it is. It's like just another Monday. Just another Monday. All animals like to shit right there. Like, that's the shitty spot. There's some type of energy right there. Hey, Zine Ted, welcome. Are you ever going to take a drive down to Google so we can gift memberships? I have to go back to Chicago before I can do that. And I can't explain why, but I have to go back to Chicago. Well, I am gonna change it so people could get memberships. I'm also gonna do some exclusive little content videos, but I'm not sure how I'm gonna do that or what. I don't like it's almost it feels like a caste system to me. So that's my feels on it. But then at the same time, it's like, no, people could pay for whatever they want to pay for. It's their option. There's no forced anything. Like that's what like my mind goes to with it. I got a membership in Just As Live. I did not see that. So did Wendell. Whatever his name is. You know how stupid this is? That just filming this intersection. It feels so fucking stupid. We got a small army of people that will encourage every moment of this intersection being filmed. I don't really like to pay for free things. It's no different than buying fan merch for TV shows. But you know they have people inside trying to figure out how to get rid of you. You have to move and they incriminate themselves in 4K. Your channels. Well, it's because of the chat. Half of it because of the chat. Well, and just you're welcome. Just the blocking of the street is fascinating. What it is additionally stupid is that Scientology gets a wedgie that you're parked there. Yeah, it's so dumb. It really is so dumb when you think about it. It's just being here. The way they acted about me being on the other side of the sidewalk was crazy. Ooh. Is he going to move a car? That the maintenance guy is about to cross the street. We're on to you, buddy. We're watching your every move. Yeah, if I were to bet, he's gonna move the car. Let's watch. This is a fun game. This is why this spot's perfect. We're parking words. No, this is not a stakeout. This is a protest. We're just here. We're filming the intersection, the road closures, and we're counting briefcases. That's it. We're not identifying anybody. We're not trying to identify anybody. The weirdos who try to do weird things, yes, absolutely. Yeah. I got, what's the over under on the security guard coming out with a car from the parking garage? License plate for that car 3UCA 982. What's our over under? 1 if he comes from the parking. Tell me in chat, guys. 1 if the maintenance guy comes with a new truck. 2, she pulls away and nobody comes. 3, she pulls away and a different car comes, not from the parking garage. Or 4, she gets out of her car. And doesn't even move. 1. Or 5 something else. Five. What's number 5? Moves it up an inch or so. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1 if maintenance comes out and moves the car. Hold on. We got a new player here. What do we got here? Uh-oh. One, maintenance guy comes out with the car. 2, she pulls away. No one goes in there. All right, hold on. We got a minivan. What do we got here? All right. Do we got a winner here? Green minivan missing hubcap. What's your money? Put your bets on. We got a green light. He's got a left turn signal. We got the left turn signal. Waiting for that light change. What's the over under that she goes when the light hits red? We're going 1. Winner, winner. All right, we got a yellow light. Trifecta. What do we got? And it's a red light. Here comes the minivan. It's creeping out. It's creeping out. Slow dismount. Car starting. And they're off. And we got a minivan pulling right in. And we caught that on camera, folks. You saw it here. If you had one in the chat, you got some wins today. Number one are the wins. Stats are up for one. Stats are up for one. Is it the maintenance guy? Final question. What are the odds? What are the odds? Put your bets on. Is it the maintenance guy? One, two, other. I can't clearly see. Are we going, is it one? Is it the maintenance guy or did we switch it up? Same guy. One. And we got the ones. The ones are taking it over here. Well fucking done. Ones in the chat. Ones are convinced nobody's taking two. No one's taking two. No one's taking two. Who's taking two? Come on, security guard. Two. Someone's got two. Gelson's blue bathroom key. Gosh, he's going against the crowd here. It's dangerous. We'll see. You never know what happens at L. Ron Hubbard Way and Fountain. Two. We got Steve coming in. Gina. Two. Nitz. Uh-oh, green shirt guy. Oh, my God. 69. We got a weirdo here, of course. Probably a Scientologist. We got a meter changer hanging out in the car where we don't know if it's him or not yet. There's been no verification. There's too much of a sheen here. Oh my gosh, the lights are here. The minivans are hanging out. We got a car's change. All day, two all day, two all day. The guy out the other side. Lights are still on. He's missing a hubcap. The Scientologists aren't the flashiest. He's still got the lights on. Come on. He's waiting for the view to be blocked. They're utilizing car tech, traffic tech. He didn't walk off. Did he? I didn't miss that. There's no way I missed that. I can't tell. I missed it? No fucking way. No fucking way. What? Well, I'll be goddamned. That sneaky little Scientologist. Sneaky little fuck. Damn. Sneaky like a rattlesnake. It's raining too. Oh, fuck. He stuck out on me. That fucking bastard. How funny is that? Little scary little rattlesnake. Why though? still caught it on stream. Oh, I caught it on stream. Okay, good. Jesus. Damn chat. Totally fucking normal, man. But you know what's happening? I'm capturing it all. We're not just talking about it, we're capturing it. So important to capture it. Amateur. D.o.A, the gadfly documentarian. He wasn't filming. Yeah, this is Scientology car shuffle.
You know what I mean?
While standing at the crossroads, while searching in the night, while traveling the Bible's on a ring, remember that there's one day where answers can be found, and it's just this about of our swords as it shines like a beacon for all. Light is here, miracles and dreams come true. Spread your wings and look outside, 'cause I'm breathing this on to the sky. I'm the smoke coming to level right. Light is life is a journey. Pretending to be shy. I was a highwayman. Along the coach roads I did ride, with sword and pistol by my side. Many a young maid lost her baubles to my trade. Many a soldier shed his lifeblood on my blade. The bastards hung me in the spring of '25. But I am still alive. I was a sailor. I was born upon the tide. With the sea I did abide. I sailed a schooner around the Horn of Mexico.
went along with the world that made so little blow. And when the yards broke off, they said that I got killed. But I am living still. I was a dam builder across a river deep and wide, where steel and water did collide. A place called Boulder on the wild Colorado. I slipped and fell to the wet concrete below. They buried me in that great tomb that knows no sound. But I am still around. I'll always be around and around and around and around and around. I fly a starship across the universe divide. And when I reach the other side, I'll find a place to rest my spirit if I can. Perhaps I may become a highwayman again. Or I may simply be a single drop of rain. I will remain. I'll be back again and again and again.
Have they taught you not how to not attack women yet? Have they taught you that yet? One thing for you though, you got me a girlfriend. You got me a girlfriend for being a psycho.
You know I love my lady. We've been together so long. But like a worn out recording of my favorite song. So while she lay there sleeping, I read the paper in bed. And in the personal columns, there was this letter that read, if you like pina coladas and getting caught in the rain, if you're not into yoga, if you have half a brain, if you like making love at midnight in the dunes of the cave, then I'm the love that you look for. Write to me and escape. I didn't think about my lady. I know it sounds kind of mean, but me and my old lady have fallen into the same old routine. So I wrote to the paper, took out a personal ad. And though I'm nobody's poet, I thought it wasn't half bad. Yes, I like pina coladas and getting caught in the rain. I'm not much into health food, but I am into champagne. I've got to meet you by tomorrow, cut through all this red tape at a bar called Scrappy Malloy's. We'll plan our escape. So I waited with high hopes. Then she walked in the place. I knew her smile in an instant. I knew the curve of her face. It was my own lovely lady. And she said, oh, it's you. Then we laughed for a moment. And I said, I never knew you like pina colada. I look for. Come with me and escape. This ain't fine, fine line between whiskey and water into wine. This ain't long way home. You're down and out here on your own. It don't matter who you are, and it's time to lock and load. Everybody got a little outlaw with 'em. Cold piece hiding in the background and a heartbeat beating to a rock and roll rhythm, yeah. Everybody got a couple scarred up knuckles, blood on the boots and the back cup. Diamond back metal with a quick strike rhythm. Everybody's got a little outlaw in 'em. Late night, keep sitting around. You ain't gonna let nobody keep you down. When your back's against the wall, that's when you gotta learn to stand up tall. Be that rebel fight inside of you. When you're all alone, everybody got a little outlaw with 'em. Cold piece hiding in the background and a heartbeat beating to a rock and roll rhythm, yeah. Everybody got a couple scarred up knuckles, blood on the boots and the back up. Diamond back metal with a quick strike rhythm. Everybody's got a little outlaw. Everybody's got a little outlaw with 'em. Cold piece hiding in the black top denim. Heartbeat beating to a rock and roll rhythm, yeah. Everybody's got a little fun left straight. Stone cold rolling like a young Mick Jagger. A new tattoo that you can't keep taking. Everybody's got a little outlaw with 'em. Everybody's got a little outlaw with 'em.
Thank you.
fell asleep with a guitar in my hand. I dreamed about the ghost of Mississippi, and the blues came walking like a man. Oh, Lord, why have you forsaken me? Got me down in Mississippi, where I don't want to be. Oh, Lord, why have you forsaken me? Got me down in Mississippi, where I don't want to be. Oh, Lord, why have you forsaken me? Got me down in Mississippi, where I don't want to be. Oh, Lord, why have you forsaken me? Got me down in Mississippi, where I don't want to be. I don't wanna be. Where I don't wanna be.
I already know one thing.
I had some success stories here, some wins. as as I was as as I was walking across, I got the cult sign over there too. As I was as I was as that girl walked out to me, I looked at her straight in the eyes and said, "Any success stories?" She's like, "Not today." And then I just looked forward, and then I crossed the street, and then she's like, "Goodbye." And before that, I asked the guy if he had any wins, hey? And he started laughing when he was looking forward, and Laura was coming by, like coming the other way, and she's like, he laughed, he's laughing. Oh my God. The success stories and the wins, like it's so weird. It's such a weird language, but that language. Yesterday when I did it just for a little bit with the dentist, with the doctor, with Doc. They have no clue. And the briefcase looks badass. You know, probably the coolest briefcase ever. They're probably just coming in from like North Carolina. Man, that's maybe they do things different in the org, because these people are coming right off the airplanes and stuff. They're getting dropped off by the Uber. They're from Kentucky or Tennessee. They come in, they see this dude with pink handcuffs. They're probably like, okay, it's not okay to be gay, but maybe men in LA could have pink handcuffs. Oh, this briefcase is a shit. Any success stories? It's like Laura helped crack the code. This whole time you don't say hi, you don't ask questions, you ask about success stories. They're all fresh meat too, man. There's a lot of new people that flow through this hotel. You know, you have your staff of the Blue Building. That's your go-to now, success stories and wins. Yep. If I presented myself, I got stains, I got juice stains. I realized that as I'm walking across, I was like, Lara's judging me right now. Which I think is better for the character. I'm pretending to be a Scientologist. And my sign just sits there. Cult. Simple yet effective. Not everyone will see it. But they're gonna be sitting at the stoplight. There's just this ghetto board. And there's just an arrow, and you look over, and you're gonna see a block street with nothing on it. 1/10. But that's for like the first car, and then like the passenger of the second car. They're gonna just be sitting there, and they're not gonna be minding anything, and then they're just gonna see that. A green Tacoma loves that spot right there. What time is it? 11:08. So, all right. So you're gonna have to keep me on point here. They're gonna have to feed the meters. They're gonna have to feed the meters. You still got a chance to get out, man. You got a long life ahead of you. There's things much better than this, I promise you. Tom just announced Schwartz and Sandy's is closing the doors. Nice. Win. Wins. Win, win, win. Now that's a success story. See, people are paying attention here. Tom's wife. Tom's wife attacked Mindy. Confirmed on People magazine. Nice. Put papers on the windows of the parked cars. I could do that. Tom and Tom aren't married. Amy Schwartz. Oh, that's the Vanderbilts. They're co-owners of that shop. The other guy's name is Vanderpump. Greg. Yes, Greg. Vanderbilt. Yeah, these cars look like they do need some flyering. Oh, there's the case. Nice. Looking for you.
Sorry about that. I know I really would like to see Larry and all that. The story behind it.
It's not raining. It's scary looking. I think I'm gonna put the sign up.
Follow the sun, and which way the wind blows when this day is done. Breathe, breathe in the air, set your intentions, dream with care.
Oh, they're at the Mendez trial.
Tomorrow's a new day.
Oh, I forgot about that.
A brand new moon, a brand new sun.
Oh.
So follow the sun, the direction of the birds, the direction of love. Breathe, breathe in the air, cherish this moment, cherish this breath. Tomorrow's a new day for everyone. Brand new moon, brand new sun. When you feel life coming down on you like a heavy weight. When you feel this crazy society adding to the strain.
Jessica Pomeressa. No, the Jess Pomeressa. No, I made a new account. Howard Stern on his way or something. Your arm's getting tired? Yes, they are. Yeah, the parents were abusive. That's why it's being reconsidered. They should. Hold on. What they supposedly, if they walk out this way, through that little path to the back is where their SUVs are parked. So yeah.
Damn.
What's up, Mal? Briefcase for following back 79. Thanks for following.
I think that those brothers should be free. So I don't think I would want to be there. That looks like a perfect opportunity to megaphone, but the brothers should be free. If they were being molested by the father, they should be free. If they were being molested by the father, they should be free. You reminded me. You did remind me. I don't want to take away from any of that by being there. That'd be a perfect time to walk by with some Scientology shit. Yeah, no, I don't think that's proper. Don't think that's proper. It's a media gold mine there. It's a media gold mine. About 30 minutes, we should be witnessing the meters being paid.
Following, back 79. Thanks for following. Appreciate you, GJ.
Damn. It's got 143,000 views on that. That's impressive. That's impressive. $600 subscribers, damn, that's a lot, man. I don't know what it is about my content. Like it's very niche. It doesn't grow quickly. That's a street services violation, not just a parking violation. You can't compare. Stop. You can't compare. Human bad habits. You can't compare humans' bad habits. I need to confirm it's still there. Compare and dispair? What? No good to compare. What's no good to compare? Yeah, no, I mean, I definitely, the vertical is definitely, your numbers, tones. Oh, baby. That shit was so funny when you drove by and you said that about that guy. Number, her viewership has gone up tremendously. Yeah, but it's, I think there's a balance. I mean, I'm impressed because she was at like she climbed a lot of viewers quickly. Your numbers to Jessica. Maybe people don't support your actions. Yeah, no, that's totally possible. Well, only teen kids over there? Yeah, but you're gonna have a lot of when you have that many numbers. You're gonna have a lot of weirdos. That would be normal. You can't control. You can't control who's coming into your chat. You know, you can only block after seeing them. Yeah. It is nothing to what she. It has. It is nothing to what. Lots of randos. Just goes to influencer guys and networking parties. Sorry, can't talk so of Jessica Bellover. She's just paying attention to what's going on in LA. That guy's got the super briefcase. Missed him.
exactly is the police? Do they like police here? Yeah. People are telling me that this is a cult. Is that true?
What do you think?
I don't know.
The short answer is no. It's very open.
What exactly is the police? Do they like believe in God?
Yeah. Or a God. They don't really define that who you have to worship.
You work here? Is it true that they're a cult? True that they're a cult?
This is a religion, but nobody prays.
Nobody prays? No? What do they do then?
The name of our life. And send that to God.
Yep.
You don't need to worry about helping around. It's all right.
He's a nice man.
You're a nice man.
I like how everybody knows my name though.
You're very popular.
I am popular, I know. Jessica, because we didn't know the first time.
I had your hood on.
Oh, you couldn't tell just from the bar? You're back in front of the most.
You're fucking with my boys. With my boys.
Yes. What's that? What's that?
I hadn't seen that one. That was going into the bad actor cloud. Bad actor. That's recruiting center. No, I wanna. That's Jessica's like superpower, is the understanding of algorithms, social media algorithms. That's a very valuable skill set to have. She understands it and can replicate it. It's a very, 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 very valuable thing to understand and know. Southeast. Oh, damn. Someone's been working on this. Hell yeah. Oh, damn.
cars when we first got here. You guys call the cops again, huh? Call the cops for nothing. There's no crime here. There's nothing to even talk about either.
Hey, that guy with the mustache is always here, by the way.
And it's because, yeah, when I walked, they used to always run to the rescue and be happy because these guys had to.
Can we ask them, like, why they were pointing fingers at us?
Wait, so, oh wow, so you guys responded code 3, lights and sirens? They had them respond lights and sirens at least 4. I can't wait. I'm gonna go back and get the radio trap.
I assume you don't want anything?
Crazy guy. Hyperlink. Paste. Done.
Mr. Wilson.
Is the paperwork in there yet? Oh, look at that. Beautiful. No, the Faces of Scientology is a good one. I like the idea of it. I like the whole idea of it.
So what? You're disgusting. No, you're disgusting. You're disgusting. You don't even know what the fuck you're talking. You don't even know what you're defending. No, you don't know what you're defending. You're just mad. You're just mad because you're walking around with a cane. Well, fuck you. I'm mad because I'm walking around with a cane. Yeah, you're mad. You're mad for whatever reason. You're the one fucking speaking out against people who are defending society. You're a bitch ass motherfucker. I don't want to hear shit. I don't want to hear shit. But you're the one fucking talking. You only came over and you don't even know what you're defending. Oh yeah, I am defending. What I'm defending is what's the bullshit? You put that camera in my face again, I'll turn it off. Get the dog out of here. No, you put that camera in my face, motherfucker. Get the dog out of here. You put that camera in my face. Well, you want you take another step forward. Put another step forward. Another step forward. I'm knocking everybody out. You take another step forward. You walk to me. Go for it. Go for it. Guys, stop listen there. Right, sir? You don't even know you're defending. Get your mind.
Wow. Denial. That's
Father's Day is coming up, and our friends at Ridge are running their huge annual Father's Day sale.
Be nice. Be nice.
Nice. I bet your wife was like, no.
Get robbery charges. Okay. section. 9. Image from library 1. The four corners of it. copy. That one's Janet. This would be on the politicians.
I'm not. It's not. Yeah. Guys, we're just trying to get people away from sex. Look, I think does their parents have to go somewhere? They are. The brand new shoe. His.
No, I literally just got like thinking around.
Oh my gosh.
Here's the thing, they don't take lunch at the same time.
This is the best.
In 1929.
Just a fact, man. Just the facts. All right.
It's just like, I want to eat something real quick because who knows how long I'm gonna be on here or whatever, so I can take responsibility. Okay, let me just pull up the filing. I believe the first one we're going to read is document number 85. That's Diddy's. Yes, okay. Let me pull that up so that y'all can see it. Okay. Document number 85. This is Diddy's letter to the judge as requested. We just discussed. Defendant Sean, this is my first time reading it too. If y'all are just joining, hello, hi, 1200 in the chat. I would really appreciate it if y'all could like the video, make sure that you're subscribed and your notifications are on. All of that, it really does help the channel and helps y'all to get those notifications faster as well. I really don't know. Anything can be anything. Is the algorithm even real? I'm just doing what I think I'm supposed to be doing out here. Okay, so we're reading this letter, document number 85. Defendant Diddy. He was ordered really by the judge to submit this, and of course his lawyers wrote it. I don't think Diddy sat there and wrote it. He came out with pen. But this is what it says. Diddy respectfully submits this letter in response to the court's request, right? And I just told y'all that the court had requested it at the November 22nd hearing for further briefing. That's further, arguments on the writing, like in writing, On the contours of the, quote, types of communications, this is what we're looking at. I'm going to highlight it here in yellow. This is what the judge specifically asked with the quotes. He wanted further briefing on the contours of the, quote, types of communications that Mr. Combs is able to engage in, consistent with this court's order and Rule 23.1. Okay, so then also, like I just said earlier, he needs to take into consideration the First and Sixth Amendments. Now, we are going to be reading 2 documents in this live stream, in this podcast episode. Okay, so this is the first document, number 85 on the docket. I started labeling in the thumbnails. If y'all look on the top left corner of the Diddy playlist, these ones, they have a docket number up at the top. And that docket number corresponds to this number I'm highlighting on the screen right here, document 85 up at the top. So when I'm talking about document 85, this is how we'll refer to it, just to make it easier, so that we can all, keep track and stuff. That makes it easier for me anyway. Okay, so it's a letter, and it's coming from Diddy. But the other letter we're going to read, the other document we're going to read, is also a letter, and that one's going to be coming from the government. So we're going to hear both sides of the argument in this one video today. Okay, just to prepare y'all. So right now we're reading from Diddy's side. Okay, for months and months, government agents, plaintiffs' attorneys, and others with questionable motives have been polluting the airwaves with false and outrageous claims about Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs. Okay, that's the first opening sentence, the first paragraph. Look, listen, Mark Agnifilo and them are earning their money over there at Agnifilo and whoever, Jones or whatever. Okay, it goes on. His non-stop drumbeat of negative publicity has destroyed Diddy's reputation and will make it virtually impossible for him to receive a fair trial. Mr. Combs is not required to sit idly by and acquiesce to all of this, okay? Is not required, okay? So he's opening out strong, I think, like I said, earning their paycheck over there. And he's saying statements which I also believe are true. Even if you're charged with a crime, and even if there's evidence, until you're proven guilty by fair trial, then you have the right to do a lot of this stuff. Even after you're proven guilty, you still have First Amendment rights, right? So they're not wrong, but let's see where they go with it. It goes on. He has a right to a fair trial and a constitutional right to speak out on his own behalf. The government's arguments that asking his children to post birthday wishes on Instagram and that he is not entitled to publicly express his opinion that the prosecution is racially motivated are quite simply an unconstitutional effort to silence him. Okay, so I'm saying it's Mark Agnifilo. I don't actually know who wrote this letter. I guess we can scroll and see who signed it. Alexandra. Okay, this is Alexandra Shapiro. I may slip and say Mark Agnifilo because I'm just used to saying that. I realize I have a habit of doing that. But this particular letter is written, has been signed and submitted by Alexandra Shapiro, who I believe also is working at Agnifilo's firm. Let me just, yeah. No. Okay, she has her own law firm. I'm glad I checked that. Okay. So this is being submitted by Alexandra Shapiro. I will do my best to not have slip ups and say Agnifilo. I always say that, though. I realize it's a habit. I need to break. Okay. So Alexandra Shapiro, Diddy's lawyer, is making giving 2 examples here of 2 things that she takes issue with. It's that Diddy has the right to a fair trial and a right to speak on his own behalf. Okay. The government's arguments that asking his children to post birthday wishes on Instagram. Okay, that's one thing, right? They're taking issue with the government's arguments about how the feds characterized the birthday post, right? Because if you remember, the government argued that Diddy was trying to manipulate the jury, which is a way of obstructing the trial, okay, obstruction. And that's one of the reasons they want to keep him in. So the government is saying, Diddy said, I don't care, it's my birthday. That's showing you he's not going to follow the rules and all of that, right? Well, now over here you have Diddy's side saying the government is out of control and incorrect with what they're trying to characterize that birthday posting thing as. That's the first thing, right? And then the other thing that Alexandra Shapiro brings up is that Diddy is entitled to express his opinion that the prosecutors are racially motivated, which is also, that I will say is a true statement. Diddy is allowed to express his opinion that the prosecution is racially motivated. Now, does that mean we have to agree with it? Of course not. Many people would not. Many people probably would agree with that. And so, yes, everyone can express their opinion, including Diddy. Okay, so they're basically just arguing okay, the government is spinning things out of control and trying to silence Diddy. They go on the next paragraph and it says, Mr. Combs, quote, sought only to stop a wave of publicity he perceived as prejudicing potential jurors and injuring his reputation in the community. So they're citing case law. They're citing another precedential case that fits so exactly here, right? They're saying this is exactly what Diddy was trying to do. Diddy's communications directed at the public are protected speech under the First Amendment and cannot justify denying bail. And it can also not justify preventing him from engaging in constitutionally protected public relations efforts. Okay, so they're telling us in this part of the legal paper, memo, briefing, whatever, brief, is called the roadmap. They just told you pretty much where you're going to be taken, where we're going to go on this 8-page journey. Okay, the roadmap is, Your Honor, you asked us just 3 short days ago to present to you what types of communications Diddy is allowed to have and make in the world, okay? We are here to tell you what we're going to argue here is that he has the First Amendment right to engage in public relations efforts. Now, specifically, what does that mean? I don't know. We're going to have to keep reading the rest of the filing, okay? But that's where we're going here, all right? This is where we are headed. His communications directed at the public are protected speech, so he's allowed to speak. And this is something that I've had to think about in my own litigation, right? It's like, I don't ever want to have somebody telling me, oh, you can't talk while the litigation's going on or whatever, right? Because I know that I have a First Amendment right to speak about whatever I want to speak about. Now, has my speech been chilled? Yes, absolutely. It absolutely has. That's what happens when people lie under penalty of perjury and stuff. But on the other side, not me. But you have the right to speak to the public as a First Amendment right, okay? Now, they're also going to be taking us down the path of constitutionally protected public relations efforts. So not just speaking on your behalf, but he's going to argue that Diddy has a constitutional right to put together and spin together a PR spin on his own behalf. Now, he may have some strong points. I don't want to jump the gun and act like, we'll see. Okay, so then Alexandra Shapiro goes on. She says, so long as they comport with the carefully tailored legal limits imposed by the controlling authorities as described below, okay? So, largely and broadly, according to Diddy, his side of things, he has the right to pretty much speak about anything he wants, except. And this part where except is going to be the rest of the letter, okay? Under the following conditions, if these are in place, then Diddy otherwise can speak. Okay, so let's see what they're going to propose. And this is Diddy's side. I venture to wager, once we get to the government side, it's going to look a little bit different. Some parts probably will look maybe similar, but we'll see. Okay. So Roman numeral 1 up here says, Mr. Combs' communications regarding potential public statements and social media posts constitute speech protected by the First Amendment, okay? So the first thing we're going to talk about in Diddy's side of things is going to be potentially public statements and his social media posts, including, I'm assuming they're going to get to that birthday post. A, the most demanding scrutiny applies when deciding the issue. Okay, so what level of scrutiny does the judge have to apply? And that's just one of these legal elements, okay? So it's the most demanding. And they're citing again, I think this is the second time Shapiro cites this Trump case. In United States versus Trump, the D.C. Circuit assumed without deciding that the most demanding scrutiny applies to pre-trial speech restrictions on criminal defendants. Okay. So they're walking us back with what happened in this Trump case, which I don't really know what happened in the Trump case, but it doesn't exactly matter. All we need to know is what they're telling us in the one sentence, okay? So in this case with United States versus Trump, the D.C. federal court, quote, assumed without deciding that the most demanding scrutiny applies to pre-trial speech restrictions. That is someone's speech who is being accused of a crime, but the trial hasn't happened yet. And so any law or any rule or any restriction or any prohibition on speech that applies in this situation, right, like pre-trial, criminal defendant and all that, any rule there, it needs to be reviewed by a judge with a lot of suspicion. The judge needs to go into that like, I don't know, y'all. We really need to let these people speak. There's supposed to be a bias toward it even. You know what I mean? The strict scrutiny. Okay. Only a significant and imminent threat to the administration of criminal justice would support restricting a defendant's speech. So only what? What do you have to have? You don't have it, you cannot stop Diddy from posting on social media. A significant and imminent threat to the administration of criminal justice. And so then, I mean, the question just becomes, I guess, a gut check. What do y'all think? Do you think that Diddy being able to post on social media and make statements to the public is a, quote, significant and imminent threat to the administration of criminal justice? Because that's what's going to come down to the judge having to decide. That is what we are deciding on right here. That's what we're being told. The court considered in that case, but rejected application of the less exacting. Okay, so in this Trump case, which was just last year, 2023, in the Trump case, the judge had the opportunity to make it an easier standard on this, like, letting, because in the Trump case, if y'all remember, it came down to, can Trump tweet about this? Because similar questions were being asked. I didn't follow that case at all, much less as closely as I followed this one. But they are citing to an issue where Trump was wanting to tweet. He was wanting to tweet, and he was wanting to post on social media, and they wanted a gag order to stop him from being able to do it. And they argued that he was a danger, that his tweets caused the danger that they were there about that day, or whatever, right? And so in that case, the judge decided, no. I don't know what the judge decided, but in deciding that case, the judge considered this as a factor, which is, was Trump's speech a significant and imminent threat to the administration of criminal justice? That's the question that the judge was trying to get to, and was saying only that could actually make us restrict Donald Trump's speech. And so here we are today, they're using that decision in Diddy's case, and they're saying, well, look, if you couldn't restrict Donald Trump's speech, then you can't restrict Diddy's either, under the same principles. Diddy doesn't pose a threat just because he has a happy birthday message on his Instagram. The court even considered making it a lower standard in the Trump case, but declined to do that. Okay, so they just kind of go on a little bit more about the constitutional claims. Diddy, of course, as we know, is a criminal defendant and is, quote, presumed to be innocent. He has a greater constitutional claim than the other participants in the trial, and that is true because he is the one who actually stands to lose his freedom from their participation in this trial, right? So far, I mean, we have yet to see the unindicted co-conspirators, although we have now heard rumblings and references to them in open court. Who knows who's a co-conspirator, alleged, or whatever, right? So in this case, right now, the only person who's been charged publicly is Diddy. So the lawyers are arguing and reminding the judge that Diddy, because he's the only one who stands to lose his freedom from this trial right now, he has the most protections here, okay? The court has to look at this with a very high level of suspicion. Any way they're going to take away Diddy's speech is very highly protected. That was basically the point of subsection A that we just went through, okay? For those reasons that were described, right? The Constitution and all that. B, the government's burden of proof and otherwise is very high. The Second Circuit, which is another district federal court, has held that per se, wait, is the Second Circuit, that's the Ninth Circuit, right? Where's the Ninth on the bottom? What circuit is that? The Second Circuit has held that per se prescriptions of certain types of speech, prescription means prohibitions, like you can't do it. So like to come out and just say certain types of speech, you just prohibit it. Like you can't post anything on social media, right? In the trial context are overbroad and they violate the First Amendment. So they're just citing another court precedent that has said that if you just like give a blanket category and say Diddy can't post X on social media, that is a violation of the First Amendment. So this is again Diddy's side. This is Diddy's argument. We're going to hear what the government has to say after this letter that we're reading right now. The Diddy side, Alexandra Shapiro goes on to say, thus, when enforcing rules such as Local Criminal Rule 23.1, which is the one that the judge has to enforce here, the court must examine the specific speech, okay, specific speech, in light of the record evidence to determine if it risks undermining a fair trial. Okay, I'd like to see what she has to say further. She goes on, the Local Criminal Rule, that's 23.1D's general categories of presumptively prejudicial speech are not dispositive of the question. Okay, so just the list that they got listed up there on the statute, it doesn't answer the question. So we have to keep digging to find the answer to the question that we need the answer to today. She says, regardless, as explained at the November 22nd hearing, and further in this paper and my other filings or whatever, Diddy's communications at issue do not violate the rule. Okay, so now she's going to argue what the judge asked her. Is it allowed? Am I allowed to let Diddy run around tweeting this stuff? Even I don't care, it's my birthday and all that. She's going to get into her arguments here. Diddy's side obviously is arguing, yes, he has the right to do this. Because why? Because he's already done it. So they better argue that he has the right to do it because otherwise he might be in trouble. But he also might have the right to do it. You know, we'll have to see what's argued and everything. The party seeking to justify a speech restriction. So in this case, that's the feds that are looking for some type of action to be taken against Diddy for directing his son or his family member to post on his behalf. So the government in this case is the party seeking, the feds, they're the party seeking to justify a speech restriction. They're trying to restrict Diddy's speech, so they have to justify it. That's what is being told to us here. Quote, the heavy burden of demonstrating before the trial that without prior restraint, a fair trial will be denied. Will be, not might be, not could be, not is likely to be, will be. Okay, that is very strict language. So the government today has to prove to the judge with these writings that without completely gag ordering Diddy, a fair trial will be denied. And with the evidence that the government has given up so far, I'm not sure they're going to be able to do that because it's got to be like beyond any doubt, will be denied. The record must show the specific, quote, words, okay. The record must show the specific, quote, words have an extraordinary power to undermine or destroy. Okay, so the words that Diddy wants to speak, and the government has to prove this, have a, quote, extraordinary power to undermine or destroy the efficacy of the criminal justice system. It has to have the power to destroy the whole criminal justice system. Okay, that is a pretty high bar. The government must establish, quote, the imminence and the magnitude, as well as the high likelihood of harm to the court's core duty to ensure the fair and orderly conduct. So did they just say this is an extremely high bar? And it is. I'm telling you it does. Okay. All right, so then it tells you the factors that the court has to consider, and then they move on to their next section, which is the speech at issue, Diddy's birthday messages and the other things they've been citing, does not risk undermining a fair trial. So even if all this other stuff, Your Honor, it doesn't risk undermining a fair trial. The government cited examples of Diddy's speech do not even come close to the order of magnitude that's necessary, what we just read, right? That whole Trump thing. The government argues that Diddy's kids' social media posts showing them gathered to celebrate his birthday evidence obstruction, and they do, right? The government did argue that this social media post was obstruction. They did argue that to spin the narrative. Remember, PR campaign or whatever, public relations campaign, or I don't remember the exact term, but y'all know what I'm talking about. So the government argued that, right? The social media post was an attempt to obstruct the trial and to violate the gag order. The government did argue that. The government further argues that statements that Diddy is a, quote, revolutionary and that the prosecution is racist could be obstructive. Now, I think that these were previously redacted allegations, but then they spoke them in open court, and so now they have become public. So the government argues that Diddy's statements about being a revolutionary and that the prosecution is racist could be obstructive. The government argued that. While the government conceded that a PR campaign or a marketing strategy isn't against the rules, it claims that Diddy's speech is punishable here because Diddy made comments such as wanting to reach for this jury. I just need one. And this is pretty bad. I think this is actually very bad. In my opinion, I'm not the judge, we'll see what the judge says, but this is another previously redacted quote that came out in open court. And it was Diddy being quoted saying, I want to reach this jury. I just need one. Saying I need to reach a juror to impact their opinion. It does feel like, at the very least, to me, in my opinion, it feels like a step away from jury tampering or something. In other words, the government argues it is Diddy's stated intent that he wants to influence the jury. That's problematic. Diddy's lawyer says these examples, though, do not even remotely implicate the types of possibly prejudicial speech that courts have previously considered. Okay, so they're arguing and they're saying, Diddy's side is saying, look, Your Honor, Diddy doing a birthday post is not a reason to restrict somebody's speech. Now, I do find them facing an uphill battle, Diddy's side, because Diddy specifically begged and pleaded for the court to issue a gag order. And the gag order was issued on October 25th, 2024. Now, by October 27th, Diddy was kind of orchestrating stuff to be posted on social media, and Diddy did agree that he would not make statements publicly. So maybe I'm mistaken. I am doing this live, so, maybe I need to go back and check, but that's how I remember it. So that if that's correct, if my memory serves correct, then that's going to be an uphill battle here, because now they're having to write a whole 8-page long thing about how Diddy has a right to do all of this stuff, and it's like, well, then why did y'all agree to a gag order? Literally exactly 30 days ago. Sorry, 31, a month ago. Today's November 25th. The gag order came in effect October 25th. Okay, the speech doesn't target the correct witnesses. The type of things that Diddy is saying and the type of things that the government is accusing Diddy of doing, his side is arguing it just doesn't rise to the legal level. So it's to reach obstruction. He does have a free speech right to want, his reputation out in the world to be better. I don't know how strong this argument is. I'm just telling y'all what they're arguing, okay? So then they start going ahead and addressing the birthday social media post, which is, the one I'm really most curious about. As for Mr. Combs's children's birthday wishes, that message was entirely innocuous, and I do have a footnote down here. A separate right is also implicated by the birthday post. For a parent's interest in maintaining a relationship with his or her child is protected. Oh, girl, please. This is a stretch. Y'all should have backspaced that. I'm sorry. Y'all know. I'm sorry, no. They should have backspaced that. They're trying to say he has a due process right to maintain a relationship with his children, which requires him getting them all gathered together around the cake to post on social media about his birthday. Please, y'all should have backspaced that. I'm sorry, that's my opinion. Okay, so as for Mr. Combs' birthday wishes, those messages were that message was entirely innocuous. It says it could not possibly produce an interference that is material. Okay, so this is the threshold level. This is what they would have to prove, meaning the government would have to prove that he materially interfered with the trial by having that birthday message. But Diddy's side is arguing, please, they don't even come close to that. It wasn't likely to influence the jury. Now, the government's going to come back and say it doesn't matter if it was likely to influence the jury or not. He wanted to influence the jury, and for that reason, we have to keep him in jail, because once he's not in jail, he's really going to be trying to influence. That's going to be the government's argument, I'm assuming. Okay, the next segment that they argue is that there are less restrictive alternatives. Like, they could just restrict just certain things of Diddy, of his speech, right? They could not have outright blanket prohibitions on Diddy being able to speak, which again, why did they agree to a gag order is my question. They go on then to argue in section E that the government's stated rule is overly broad. The government's interpretation of the rule is incorrect and inaccurate. They go on in another section to say that Diddy's conduct is also protected by the 6th Amendment, which is the amendment of the United States Constitution that gives you the right to counsel and to meaningfully participate in your own trial and your own defense. So first they were talking about the First Amendment. That's what we just got through talking about. Freedom of speech, freedom of defending yourself in the court of public opinion and against perceived discrimination, tyranny. That's why they had to, cite the race issue, because he has a First Amendment right to speak out about his perceived injustices. And he does. I'm in agreement. I agree. I will not be disagreeing. But now they're going to move on to a different section where it says that Diddy's rights are also protected, not only by the First Amendment, but also by the 6th Amendment. As outlined in his reply brief, the other communications cited by the government reflect Diddy's efforts to investigate and prepare for his defense, including with counsel's participation and nothing more. Okay, so y'all may remember, you may not, but when the government was making their arguments trying to keep Diddy in jail, they were arguing that Diddy was sending witness tampering texts. He was tampering with the witnesses, he was paying people off, he was communicating with people for the first time in a year, and all of that, right? Well, also the notebooks with the strategies and the to-do lists of paralegals and things like that. But Shapiro Diddy's lawyer on this side is saying, okay, but Your Honor, if you look at all of the stuff that they submitted, really it has one thing in common, and that is Diddy is actively participating in his defense. He is trying. Everything you look at, everything they pointed to, all has to do with him talking about the trial, which is an argument, but there's other ways you could characterize it as well, I'll say. His intent in requesting contacts with potential witnesses, for example, is clear from the record. I'm telling you to hook up with my lawyer because that's not part of our job. I'm not obstructing, no laws, nothing. The statements cited by the government evidence neither an obstructive intent nor actual obstruction. Okay, so the government is arguing he has an obstructive intent, and Diddy's arguing no, I don't. So that's kind of where we're left with. So to be clear, if released, Diddy will accept any condition that instructs him to avoid all contacts with an alleged victim and with a potential witness. Okay, so they talked about that before. They're arguing Diddy has a right to do this. He has rights. He has the right to talk to witnesses. He has the right to talk to victims. But Diddy, if you let him out, he won't even do that, even though he has a right to do it. Despite having a constitutional right at the end to assist his lawyers in getting witnesses, Diddy will avoid all contact, directly and indirectly, other than through lawyers, with any people who may be a victim or a witness in the investigation or prosecution. While detained, however, and in the absence of such condition, the status quo remains that Diddy has a constitutional right. Okay, all right, cool, all right. So now what we're getting is Diddy's lawyers, again, this isn't the first time they've done this. They did it in the previous way that we argued. That we read, they argued it. They're trying to leverage. They're trying to say, look, if you leave him in jail, I can't make any promises because he has the right to talk to these people if he wants to. But if you let him out of jail, he will voluntarily give up that First Amendment right. But no, Your Honor, if he's in jail, he has a First Amendment right to do it and you can't stop him. Wow. Imposing any limitation on his rights while he is detained will significantly hamper his ability to assist his defense. So Sixth Amendment right. Well, look, listen, y'all, I can't say it's the worst arguments I've heard. However, I am always feeling that way until I read the other side. So let me pull up the government's, I shouldn't call it a response because it's not a response. They both just submitted their own briefs. I'm just pulling up the document. We're going to move on to document number 86. Okay. Okay, here it is right here. This one is, like I said, from the government side. The government respectfully submits this letter in further opposition to Diddy's renewed application for bail. So we are opposing Diddy getting out on bail again. We have come to you yet again, Your Honor. You got to keep him locked up. Okay, at the hearing, the court requested that the parties address whether the defendant's conduct constituted obstruction. So you see how they argue, kind of framing it even a little bit differently, right? They're kind of, even how they interpreted the judge's question is different. Now, I will say, Diddy's side did include quotes. I don't know, I wasn't in there, I don't have a transcript, so I don't know, they could have just thrown anything in the quotes. But I don't know what's closer. Constituted for purposes of the Bail Reform Act. In addition, the court ordered the parties to address whether the defendant's conduct violated the court's... Okay, so this, yeah, they did address it. Address whether the defendant's conduct violated the court's gag order. Okay, that's what I keep asking. Why on earth does the judge want... Why on earth would Diddy have agreed to a gag order if now all of a sudden he has to come out and say, I have a First Amendment right to do that? The defendant would properly be able to engage on the perspective... And what communications Diddy would be properly able to engage in on a prospective basis? So looking forward, what types of communications would be proper? For the reasons that were below, Diddy's conduct, both past and present, constitutes obstruction. And his recent efforts to influence the jury pool, ooh, they're digging in. They're not persuaded by Shapiro, and then I can tell you that. His recent efforts to influence the jury pool are in violation also of Local Criminal Rule 23.1 and in contempt of the very order incorporating that rule that this defendant demanded. You remember that, Your Honor? Diddy asked for the gag order. Not only did he agree to it, he asked for it. His argument that any of this conduct is protected by the First Amendment is baseless, the government argues. Now, if y'all remember, we were just now reading Diddy's side, and I was like, oh yeah, these are strong arguments. That's why you gotta wait till you hear every side. Because this seems strong too. I'm like, oh man, they seem confident. Let's see what they're gonna say. Moreover, as detailed in prior hearings and briefly addressed below, Diddy's history of obstructive conduct is part and parcel to his decades-long pattern of violence, which must be considered along with his obstructive content in this current case to fully assess his dangerousness under the Bail Reform Act. A holistic view of his obstructive conduct and his violent conduct, if you look at it all together, Your Honor, conduct that is still happening presently, it makes it pretty clear there's no way to rebut the applicable presumption of detention. Remember, he's presumed to have to be detained because of the Bail Reform Act. It says that you have to presume him to be detained because he is alleged to be have been participating in ST ficking, right? So that's automatic presumption. You gotta stay locked up, right? So the government's saying, look, Your Honor, take a full view, holistic view of his whole entire history in the past, what he's doing in the jail, the present, what you've seen in this case. You gotta keep him locked up. The presumption was there for a reason. That's their argument. The bail package presented by Diddy does not come close to ensuring the safety of the community, including from his ongoing efforts to obstruct the case, nor does it adequately protect from the risk of flight. For all of these reasons, his renewed application for bail must be denied. His conduct constitutes obstruction of justice and poses a danger to the community. First, they go ahead and they're going to do the obstruction argument. We've heard this a few times, so I'm not going to read this word for word, but the court did ask the parties to address the definition of obstruction in the bail context. So the judge asked them, what is obstruction in the context of getting out on bail? Under which obstruction of justice has been a traditional ground for pretrial detention by the courts. And this is that LaFontaine case he did ask them to address. The Bail Reform Act does not define obstruction of justice. District courts have interpreted obstruction in the pretrial detention context broadly. Okay, so what is obstruction? They apply it loosely. It's not very, very specific. So a lot of things could be obstruction, is what the government is arguing here. So they're saying you interpret it broadly, which is in stark exact contrast to what Diddy is arguing, right? He's arguing he has a First Amendment right to some of this type of speech that they're calling obstruction. So they're saying when you're defining obstruction, when you're thinking of obstruction, Your Honor, you got to think of it broadly and loosely. It could be anything. Here's Diddy over here. No, whenever you're trying to take away somebody's rights to free speech, you got to look at it narrowly and specifically. So out of the gate, they're very much on different sides. Many defendants' obstructive acts discussed herein easily fall within that broad categorization. Okay, so many of Diddy's acts that we're going to talk about easily falls into the categorization of calling it obstruction. Importantly, obstructive behavior supporting pretrial detention doesn't have to rise to the level of criminal conduct. So he doesn't have to actually be committing a crime. The government says we don't have to prove he's committing a crime. All we have to do is show obstructive conduct, and I didn't know that. That might help them here. Finding that Diddy's, they're citing case law here. Finding that the defendant in that case threat to a family member, which resulted in a revocation of his bail, constituted obstruction. Okay, so they're citing a case where somebody threatening a family member was considered to be obstructing justice, and he was held on detention prior to trial. Another case they cite, they're saying it was a preponderance of the evidence standard, finding the defendant posed a risk of future obstruction because he had violated orders of another court. Okay, so here's another example that they're giving where in a previous case somebody violated orders that another court gave before, and that led the judge to think that there was a possibility of obstruction, so he was held in pretrial detention, or she. And in cases in which obstruction is part of the charged offense conduct, okay, so they're differentiating this case even more. They're saying, Your Honor, obstruction is one of the freaking crimes that we are investigating him for. One of the crimes is obstruction. So in cases like that, courts have detained on the basis of risk of future obstruction, okay? So they've done this in the past as well. They include another example where a defendant was charged with conspiracy to suborn perjury. So that's like conspiracy to make someone do perjury. Related to other counts in the indictment, the court found that strict pretrial supervision and electronic monitoring would provide little protection against future obstructive conduct. Okay, so they're just citing some case law. Here, they say, Diddy's actions fall easily within this definition of obstruction. Indeed, there is significant evidence that Diddy has engaged in multiple acts of obstruction during the time period relevant to the charged offenses. So not only then, but he poses a serious risk of continued obstruction. As set forth below, these acts include multiple acts he took in an effort to stave off the instant criminal charges. So in an effort to stave off, to avoid, to postpone these criminal charges that we are trying to put on him right now, he already tried to obstruct, as well as acts he continued to undertake even after the indictment was returned in order to dissipate the potential evidence against him. It says evidence from the charged period is consistent with his decades-long pattern of obstruction, which the government continues to investigate. So they're still investigating it. For instance, in Diddy's prior 2001 state criminal trial, in which he was acquitted in connection with the New York City nightclub shooting, that's the Shine situation, Diddy's then driver testified that Diddy attempted to bribe him $50,000. The racketeering conspiracy offense at count 1 alleges acts of obstruction as set forth in the indictment. In 2016, he bribed security officers with $100,000 in cash to destroy evidence of a brutal assault on a female victim 1, while they were at a Los Angeles hotel for a freak-off. In so doing, the defendant relied on intermediaries to reach out to the security staff and to help carry out the cover-up. This act is alleged as part of the bribery racketeering conspiracy predicate. After the victim 1, filed a civil lawsuit in 2023 alleging, among other things, that her participation in freak-offs was not consensual, Diddy made multiple efforts to interfere with victims and witnesses by feeding those individuals false narratives regarding Diddy's criminal conduct. For instance, Diddy caused intermediaries, right, his flying monkeys, his lackeys, former and current security staff, I think that might be the co-conspirators they let slip out at the trial. If you missed that, go watch my most recent couple videos, the live in the video. For instance, Diddy caused intermediaries, former and current security staff, to repeatedly call a former employee who had witnessed firsthand Diddy's abuse of, presumably, Cassie. The intermediaries told the employee, in sum and substance, that what she had observed was a normal relationship. Okay, so Diddy apparently, according to the government, I don't know if we've seen this before exactly alleged as it is being alleged here. They're saying Diddy sent his security staff to repeatedly call somebody who was going to maybe be a witness for Cassie and to tell that person this was a normal relationship. They go on to say around the same time, as was highlighted at a prior hearing, the defendant recorded 2 phone calls. So Diddy recorded 2 phone calls with a different victim. This is victim 2, in which the defendants attempted, in which the defendant attempted to feed victim 2. Okay, so around the same time, as highlighted at the hearing Friday, Diddy recorded 2 phone calls with victim 2, in which Diddy attempted to feed victim 2 a false narrative regarding victim 2, I think that was a he, his involvement in freak-offs, namely that they were consensual. Diddy has evidently deleted messages between himself and key witnesses, including a grand jury witness and victim 2 in this criminal case. One of these witnesses, witness 1, a male commercial S worker who participated in freak-offs and received a grand jury subpoena during the investigation. Okay, so witness 1 is a male commercial S worker. I don't know if we knew that before. Who participated in freak-offs. Received a grand jury subpoena during the investigation. After defense counsel represented unequivocally, so after Mark Agnifilo and them said at the prior bail hearing before Judge Carter that Diddy would not reach out to grand jury witnesses, it became clear that actually he had done just that. Phone records and electronic evidence shows that Diddy did contact witness 1 repeatedly leading up to and after his appearance in the grand jury. Okay, so this is important because Agnifilo and them had said Diddy stopped communicating with this witness 1 immediately once he realized that he had been summoned to the grand jury. But the government is saying, nope. He also talked to him after, and this is a commercial S worker. And then the defendant apparently deleted the messages from his phone. Okay, so this is a big deal. There were further communications. There were text messages through this entire period, including through August 2024, and they were deleted. While in pretrial detention, he's been using unauthorized means of communication, which we have discussed. This is the access code numbers from the PAC numbers from other inmates he's paying for. Contact Me ASAP accounts, which were allegedly apparently unauthorized, and then Mark Agnifilo and them had to concede that on record. The barriers to monitoring Diddy have real consequences, given that Diddy's extensive efforts to taint the jury pool from the prison, even in the communications. Even after Diddy's lawyers told us that the defendant stopped using, oh my God, y'all. Breaking. Do y'all remember Mark Agnifilo getting red in the face? I can only presume because there's no cameras in the courtroom, but do y'all remember Agnifilo saying in writing at least one time, maybe more than one time, that Diddy has stopped using Contact Me ASAP? And Diddy obeys us. My client obeys me, or whatever, right? Remember that whole thing just happened 3 days ago? Well, even after defense counsel, that's Agnifilo and them, represented that Diddy had stopped using Contact Me ASAP, he has continued to use Contact Me ASAP. Oh my God, y'all. As recently as freaking yesterday, November 24th. At least one other inmate sending messages to a family member as recently as yesterday. Yep, and they quoted Mark Agnifilo right here, quote, with respect to Contact Me ASAP, he stopped using it November 16th. That's bad. That's bad. He didn't even have to offer that up, and here he is offering it up. While at the MDC, Diddy has instructed family members and third parties to contact multiple potential victims and witnesses. See, he might have a First Amendment right to contact somebody, but using an intermediary, I think, does actually muddy the waters a little bit. The government says the defendant, that's Diddy, has provided these instructions to others by using unauthorized means of communication, which, as described above, are difficult to monitor. And often he uses coded language. Wee woo. Number 2, interesting thing. The potential victims and witnesses that Diddy has instructed others to contact include former romantic partners, former employees, most of whom have experienced or witnessed Diddy perpetrate significant violence. At the hearing on Friday, Diddy's lawyers argued these contacts went through his attorneys. However, this is just simply not the case. They're saying, no, Your Honor. They're lying. Diddy and his lawyer are lying to you, Your Honor. They told you Friday the contacts all went through attorneys, but that's just not the case. For example, they're giving examples, y'all. For example, Diddy asked a family member to call victim 2. Separately, Diddy had a family member three-way dial a co-conspirator. Oh And the defendant and co-conspirator used coded language, y'all, discussing a certain blank who has to blank now and blank. Discussing a certain beep who has to beep now and beep, 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 beep. Then they quote Agnifilo down here, footnote 3. Defense counsel stated during September 18th. So Mark Agnifilo stated during the September 18th bail hearing that Diddy did not reach out to grand jury witnesses. Quote, I dispute that wholeheartedly. He didn't do it, and he wouldn't do it. And he wouldn't do it because he has the sense not to do it. And he wouldn't do it because we wouldn't let him do it, you know? Then, at this last Friday bail hearing, the lawyer conceded about the deleted messages. Quote, I don't know the factual answer. In response to the court's question regarding the circumstances about the communications, he just don't know. Okay, now this is crazy. Look at this sentence right here. While at the MDC, Diddy orchestrated a social media campaign around his birthday for the express purpose of influencing the jury in this criminal case. Okay, so it was not, the purpose was not permissible under free speech, Your Honor. And the multiple calls leading up to the birthday post, okay, so we're getting a little more context about this birthday post. Multiple calls leading up to the birthday post, all of which occurred on unauthorized communication channels. Diddy meticulously planned out the post. Oh my God, y'all, they are just exposing him out here. Oh my Lord. There was multiple calls leading up to the birthday post, all of which occurred on unauthorized means, which maybe Diddy didn't know that people were gonna be able to get his calls that way. He meticulously, quote, meticulously planned out the post. The video depicting 6 of his children singing him happy birthday while speaking to him by phone was initially posted to the children's pages. But Diddy was not satisfied that it would reach the correct demographic. Wow, that is damning. They initially posted it on their pages, then Diddy wanted more views. The government's saying. He told a family member that he had been tracking the analytics and directed the family member to post the video to his personal page because his social media followers are blank redacted. Ooh, I'd love to know what Diddy said about his social media followers. In another call the same day, Diddy talked about the reach of this social media post. Okay, so he was asking a question the next day about it. So he's keeping track with analytics. They're arguing, the government is arguing that this is evidence that Diddy is meticulously orchestrating and planning out, quote, a social media campaign around his birthday for the express purpose of influencing the jury on the criminal case. Okay, so the government goes on. District courts have detained the pre-trial defendants on obstruction grounds on less than what Diddy has done, Your Honor. Finding so they cite this case Quack, finding the defendant engaged in obstructive conduct, warranting a pre-trial detention when a message posted on his social media account accused prosecutors of bias. Oh my God, so that is exactly what Diddy is doing. Oh, that's bad. Finding risk of future obstructive behavior identifiable. Okay. But however, the defendant encouraged followers to harass victims in the case. So Diddy did not. I was not encouraged to harass. I don't think he encouraged anyone to harass. And in that case, the defendant had previously used burner phones to conceal communications with co-conspirators, which they're trying to argue is basically what he's doing by using these unauthorized means of communication. At the November 22nd hearing, Diddy attempted to distinguish his own obstructive conduct from more violent examples of witness tampering. The distinctions, no, miss me with it. It's unavailing. He's charged with leading and founding a racketeering enterprise that on numerous occasions committed acts of violence, including trafficking, kidnapping, and arson. Some of these acts were done by Diddy, and others were done by intermediaries acting at his direction. Any obstruction or tampering by him must be viewed through the lens of that underlying violent conduct, as well as the lens of his enormous influence and power. Moreover, the Second Circuit has explicitly noted that both violent and nonviolent witness tampering supports detention on the basis of potential obstruction. Okay, so they're saying Diddy might want to make a deal about throwing the contents of a vase, throwing a this, throwing a doing this, doing a that. But Your Honor, no, I'm just so sorry. Violent or not, obstruction is obstruction. Other courts in this district have rejected arguments like those advanced by Diddy relating to public relations strategies built on discrediting witnesses, okay? So Diddy did say this, or his lawyers did, that Cassie's credibility is going to end up being the most important issue at trial. So Diddy is allowed to attack her credibility in the media. That's what Diddy's argument is. The government said, no, hold up, swallow up, absolutely not. No, you may not. The judges in this court, in this district, have rejected arguments like that already. It's already been decided. You cannot build a public relations strategy on improperly influencing jurors, nor on discrediting witnesses such as Cassie. In the context of a bail revocation, Judge Kaplan found that a similar pattern of obstructive conduct warranted detention in a different, the Sam Bankman-Fried case. Okay, so remember they kept Sam Bankman-Fried locked up? So they're talking about the arguments that were made in that case to keep him locked up. And they're saying, the government is saying that case is instructive because unlike here, that defendant, Sam Bankman-Fried, was charged with a non-violent crime. Just a good argument. specifically perpetrating a multi-billion-dollar fraud related to his operation of a cryptocurrency company, or cryptocurrency companies, that he founded and controlled, and was initially released on $250 million bond, subject to conditions, including home detention. However, in that case, after Sam Bankman-Fried reached out to a witness on an encrypted messaging service, used a VPN, preventing the government or pretrial services from obtaining evidence on the websites he accessed, and funneled diary entries of a key cooperator to the press, the government moved to revoke bail. And they're saying, look, there was not even any violence there. The court agreed with the government on the basis of the defendant's obstruction, finding that no condition or combination of conditions would assure the safety of the community and the consequences of witness tampering. The court rejected the defendant, that's Sam Bankman-Fried's argument, his alternative proposal, a gag order on communications with the press, finding that it was not a workable solution longer term. So they actually gagged him from making any communications with the press as well. Finally, the government says it cannot be ignored that Diddy's proclivity for obstruction appears to have continued as recently as last week in court, when it appeared that the defendant provided, quote, oh my God, y'all, this is a quote, falsified documents to the court during a hearing. Falsified documents convened to address his accusations of government misconduct. At the November 19th conference, Diddy's lawyers presented the following about the condition of Diddy's legal notepads prior to the notepads being photographed. Okay, so remember all that stuff coming up about legal? Did Diddy have the word legal written across the top of his notepad? Mark Agnifilo presented to the judge a legal pad that said legal on the top, but that's not what the government took pictures of. So they were presenting, according to the government, falsified documents. On top of the legal pad, this is a quote, he's handwritten in blue, handwriting, the word legal. All these legal pads say legal. All these legal pads say legal. That's what Mark Agnifilo said. That page was in a legal pad, and at the top of the legal pad was marked as legal. Days later, in response to the court's order demanding him to explain himself, he admitted that the word legal was written on the notepads after the notepads were photographed. Now there's a photo of legal pads that was in the materials that the government gave us, whatever it was, earlier this week, that doesn't have legal on it. No, the materials they gave you earlier this week is the exhibits they attached. Like, that's the thing. Like, I'm down, like, to be fair to Diddy's side and stuff, but, like, this feels bad faith in my opinion. Materials that the government gave us, whatever it was, earlier this week. No, it was exhibits attached that you based entire claims acting like you were trying to get a mistrial based off of it. It has to be the case that as of the day of the search, November 1st this year, legal wasn't written on every pad. The inference is clear. After the BOP sweep, Diddy wrote legal on top of at least one legal pad to support his argument that the materials in the legal pads were privileged. This continued obstruction, while he had a pending bail motion, no less, should certainly be viewed. Okay, so falsifying evidence. Now they're saying he's falsifying evidence. So the ball's back in the government's court. Because remember, the ball had really gone in Agnifil's court. He was like, Your Honor, they have our legal notes. And so he was like, oh, you got to destroy them and all that. Well, now the government's like, no, ball's back in our court again. Remember that? Oh, look at this. Oh, that's not his case. Sorry, excuse me. Okay. Then they argue that he's dangerous. He has a significant history of, quote, violence. It must be taken into account when viewing that his activity of obstruction, that he could hurt people. So you don't really need the violence to keep him in jail. But then on top of it, he also has violent proclivities, is what they're saying. His conduct violates local criminal rule. His social media posts violate the rule. Within 2 weeks of the court's order, he instructed family members to create the birthday social media post, directing them to ensure that it's a, quote, I don't know, blank. And then just quote all these quotes. On his birthday, the social media post went live on his children's accounts. As described above, the post depicted 6 of the defendant's children singing happy birthday while speaking to him by phone. His intent couldn't be clearer. He wants to influence the jury pool. Okay, and they're finally saying, look, he does have First Amendment protections and rights to free speech and all that, but what he's doing is not absolutely not granted under the First Amendment. Like, that extra stuff he's doing is just not. That's all I really had for today. Let me get to some of these super chats. Adam, welcome to members. Holly, thank you for the $1.99 super sticker. Oh my gosh, Sean gave 5 memberships. Thank you, Sean. If you got one from Sean, make sure you shout out to them. Say thank you. Katie did. Thanks so much for the $9.99 super chat. Goddess of the Galaxy became a member. Silly Rabbit, he can't follow jail rules. He obviously don't know how to stay in line in kindergarten, just saying. Exactly. Thank you so much for that $5 super chat, Silly Rabbit. And I know you've been in there modding. Jonathan Audie, I don't know what Jonathan Audie is or where he is, Edie. Member for 13 months. Shout out to you. The Diddy Docket, yes. Are you the same one from Twitter? Thank you. Your prompt and entertaining reading is appreciated. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Wow, that is really appreciated. Thank you. Yeah, well, like I said at the beginning of, maybe I didn't. I gotta go record some stuff for BJ Investigates, so I do have to run. But that's all I really have for today. In the meantime, facts ain't defamation. Love you, Nikki. Bye.
Short in front of blue. That was awesome. Susan's awesome. Cult be culting. Yeah, maybe he did recognize me. I don't know. I've never seen it before, but... Hey, D.o.A. Welcome. Great stream earlier. Holding it down at blue. Maybe. That just warmed my heart. Got all the angles covered. Love to see it. Good. Let's play whack-a-mole. This is an interesting one. I can zoom in. I'm wearing gloves. This is a little difficult to zoom. Where was that window? Is it up over? Well, that one. Curtains kind of pulled back. Very strange. Zoom out a little bit. There we go. Oh, Erie, thank you. I tried.
D.o.A.'s at blue watching you.
That window's always interesting. And it's open. Hey, Danny. As the cadet org.
The best way I can describe it is cattle. We were property of the organisation. Although they would like to say that we weren't, we were.
Children of Sea Org members rarely had contact with their parents. Scarlett says they lived in separate homes and were granted only 20 minutes each night with their parents.
I can't describe it. It was just an incredibly lonely childhood. I had no one to talk to or to look after me or to ask me how I was after school or, any of those things that most of us take for granted.
Cadet Org members lived in townhouses like this one. Being looked after by one nanny. Scarlett Hannah says children growing up in the Cadet Org in Australia did not receive adequate food or medical care. She says community services visited on 2 occasions, but were deceived by the church.
The furniture was dismantled by a division within the Sea organisation that deals with labour, and the kids were sent out for the day. It was a pier that they were living to, according to laws. Hubbard described the children of the Sea Organization as assets and that they should be trained and used as such. We were not children who were allowed to discover or understand our own identities. We were cut off from our culture, our heritage, our countries of birth. In a lot of cases, we were brought in from other countries around the world, such as is the case with myself and my two brothers, as well as many of the kids. We were limited in our contact with the outside world as well as with relatives. So we did not grow up in the traditional family settings or having relationships with, aunts, uncles, cousins, and that sort of thing. We were denied a fundamental education and we were limited to just basic literacy. So we were taught how to read, write, and some basic math, and that was the limit of our education. The stated purpose of these child labor camps was to prepare us for the Sea Organization. It involved indoctrination on Hubbard's teachings, and those things shaped the way that we understood ourselves and understood each other. They shaped the way that we would function in the limiting and inhibiting of our own emotions and ability to react to things around us. These child labor systems, which many of us were placed into as babies or through early childhood, raised us to believe that our only value was to contribute labor towards the organization. Many of us did not have access to the correct information about our own identities, including our full names and date of birth. We were deprived and neglected and had limited contact with our parents, who were busy working in the Sea Organization. We were not encouraged or supported to pursue our own interests. We were told that our only purpose was to become Sea Org members. For many of us placed there as babies or in early childhood, this level of neglect and abuse was normal. We were desensitized to it, we were conditioned to it, and we did not know that we could ask questions. In fact, we could be punished for criticism of the organization or of Hubbard. If we said that we wanted to leave, we were separated from the group, from our friends, and isolated, and then we were put through punishment programs. We were made to believe that Scientology and Hubbard's teachings were the only way to save mankind and ourselves, and that our sole purpose in life was to join the Sea Organization. One of the things that has been raised in this new article about Emily Armstrong is the status of being cadet. Hubbard described that once you obtained this status of cadet, you were no longer a child, even though he also described that a cadet could be as young as 6 years old. Once you are a cadet, you hold an official position. And in fact, the cadets at the ranch that Emily was at were paid $15 a week. Their pay was being recorded against their Social Security. Now, I know that because while I was in the, quote, cadet org at the ranch from 1996 to 1998, while my friends were able to get paid $15 a week by the Sea Org for their roles in the cadet org, I did not get paid because I did not have a green card for the US because I'd come from Australia. And it wasn't legal for me to be in the country. So I could not get a Social Security and I could not get paid. So during that time, while my other friends were able to, buy things from the canteen with their $15 paycheck, I was not able to do that. And that's an important thing to note because that means that there are Social Security records of children which would show their date of birth and show that they were working and being paid for labor during that time period.
Damn.
The positions that were held by the children at the ranch range from working in the galley, preparing food, cleaning up the pots and dishes, cleaning up the galley, cleaning up the dining room, doing all the laundry for all of the children.
Pictures.
Things that... No. Hubbard described that once you obtained this status of cadet, you were no longer a child, even though he also described that a cadet could be as young as 6 years old. Once you are a cadet, you hold an official position. And in fact, the cadets at 6 years old. Once you are a cadet, you hold an official position. And in fact, the cadet, you were no longer a child, even though he also described that a cadet could be as young as 6 years old. Once you are a cadet, you hold an official position.
Wow.
And in fact, the cadets at the ranch that Emily was at were paid $15 a week. Their pay was being recorded against their Social Security. Now, I know that because while I was in the, quote, cadet org at the ranch from 1996 to 1998, while my friends were able to get paid $15 a week by the Sea Org for their roles in the cadet org, I did not get paid because I did not have a green card for the US because I'd come from Australia, and it wasn't legal for me to be in the country. So I could not
Wow.
Social Security, and I could not get paid. So during that time, while my other friends were able to, buy things from the canteen with their $15 paycheck, I was not able to do that. That's an important thing to note because that means that there are Social Security records of children which would show their date of birth and show that they were working and being paid for labor during that time period. The positions that were held by the children at the ranch range from working in the galley, preparing food, cleaning up the pots and dishes, cleaning up the galley.
This shit's fucked up to see
the
that.
dining room, doing all the laundry for all the children, doing the grounds maintenance. Doing the grounds maintenance. Including doing the fire breaks, cleaning up the dining room, doing all the laundry for all the children, doing the grounds maintenance. Including doing the fire breaks, clearing the weeds away in the peak times in preparation for potential bushfires.
Damn. Those poor kids, man. Holy fuck. Like a fucking chain gang. These pictures need to be blown up. Damn.
The cadet org had an org in preparation for potential bushfires. The cadet org had an ordinance in preparation for potential bushfires.
You have more pics of you as well? Yeah, those pictures literally need to go on my van. People need to see that. Damn. That last one, damn.
The cadet org had an organization board which showed all of the ranks and positions of the children in the organization, and this also included command lines. You would have to write to the kids that were in senior positions to you to ask for time off if you wanted to go and spend time with your parents. We had a rewards and penalties system. The reward included that each week there was an opportunity to be able to watch a movie as a group in one of the course rooms. So there would be a TV set up and one movie would get played, but you were only allowed to be in that room to watch that movie if your production was up over the previous week. Many times my production was not up, and so I did not get to go and watch the movie. And the other reward was that there was a bus trip, usually on, I think it was a Sunday morning, that would take the kids to Walmart for a couple hours to, spend their pay as well. So some of the punishments included making amends by doing additional labors and
Other things that were quite invasive was the requirement to write up our overts and withholds. So that is to say we would have to sit down and write up all the bad things that we did or all the bad things that we didn't tell anybody that we did. And we had to hold the cans on the e-meter and they would check if our needle was dirty. So if the needle had an indication that we were withholding something that we did bad, we would have to go and write up our overts and withholds. And they would then keep those write-ups on record. And if we did something terribly bad, then they would have to punish us for that. One punishment program that they did have there was called the Ethics and Correction Group, or for short, it was called the ECG. And when that was formed, I was placed on that because I had fooled around with a couple of the older boys there, which was just some surface touching of each other over the clothes. And that I had done when I was 13. And so fooled around with a couple of the older boys there. And Correction Group, or for short, it was called the ECG. And when that was formed, I was placed on that because I had fooled around with a couple of the older boys there, which was just some surface touching of each other over the clothes. And that I had done when I was 13. And so that was found out about because they made us all write up our overts and withholds. And that was the information that I had included in there. And then they placed me on this thing called the Ethics and Correction Group. That was modeled off of the adult RPF. So this was essentially a child's RPF. And that included that we had to run everywhere we went. We were not allowed to talk to anybody else at the ranch, none of our friends. So we were isolated. We were then...
Oh, you have to run everywhere? Is that why people run here? Is that why people are running here?
And that included that we had to run everywhere we went. We were not allowed to talk to anybody else at the ranch, none of our friends. So we were isolated. We were then made to do extensive labor to make up the damage for what we'd done, and a whole bunch of other steps that we had to make our way through before we could be accepted back into the group. I remember that this caused me a considerable amount of shame for things of a sexual nature which were consensual. Okay, so I've explained all that just to give you a general and factual overview of...
Wait, same with People's Temple, Jim Jones? What specifically?
What the cadet org was, without going off into too much detail. But even at that surface level view, you can already see an indication that there was extensive child labor law violation, as well as extensive human rights violations.
They used to have the RPFers around there all the time until it started getting exposed that they were on a heavy ethics program.
It was the desensitizing of children towards abuse and restricting the formation of a child's own identity, including restricting their emotions and inhibiting the way that they were able to feel or speak about things. So Scientology and the Sea organization were in violation of child labor laws, and Emily Armstrong is aware of that. She experienced it. She was there. So in 1998, I was taken from the ranch where I was with Emily and placed into the Sea organization in Los Angeles at the Blue Buildings. From 1998 into 2000 was a time period when they were really taking a lot of these children from the ranch and placing them into the Sea Org. And these kids were as young as 11 years old at that time. The year 2000, I believe, is around the time when the ranch was sort of officially decommissioned. Emily Armstrong, although I don't believe she joined the Sea organization herself, witnessed a whole bunch of her friends being placed into the Sea Org. I'm not sure exactly what happened to her at that stage, and I'm not sure where she was placed after that. So whatever arrangement that they made for her, they did. But yeah, certainly I wasn't aware that I could say, no, I don't want to do this. And many of us didn't understand that we had that option. Emily Armstrong is aware of what happened to the kids. I think that there is a duty to speak on the things that have affected hundreds and hundreds of kids that she experienced as well and that she saw herself. I think that if you have the ability to stand on a stage and scream into a microphone in front of millions of people around the world, I think there is a responsibility on you to speak on these things. And I think this is a very, very important conversation to have. Okay, so this appeared in the Daily Beast. The title is New Lincoln Park Singer's Secret Life as Hardcore Scientologist Revealed. Growing Up Sea Org. The Daily Beast obtained internal records from Scientology, the FBI, and former Scientologists that shed light on Armstrong and her family's ties to the controversial organization. It was written by Sean Craig, and it was published November 15th, 2024, updated November 16th, 2024. Okay. So here's a photo of Emily Armstrong. Rock band Linkin Park's new lead singer grew up in Scientology dorms for its most zealous followers' children before becoming a hardcore church member, the Daily Beast has learned. Emily Armstrong was unveiled by Linkin Park as its new frontwoman in September after lead singer Chester Bennington died in 2017. Their first album featuring Armstrong was released Friday. Armstrong's history as a Scientologist has already proved controversial. Bennington's son, Jamie, slammed Linkin Park for embracing a Scientologist when she was announced, writing on Instagram that the band erased my father's life and legacy in real time. Okay, so this is from Chester Bennington's son. Now documents obtained by the Daily Beast reveal how Armstrong grew up in the Cadet Org, a church-run order for children of Sea Org members, and how her mother, Gail, has been deeply involved in Scientology, working in its intelligence unit and attacking one of its highest-profile whistleblowers. Gail Armstrong also wrote speeches for Scientology leaders and edited an in-house publication that claimed Osama bin Laden was duped into committing the 9/11 attacks by unknown psychiatric methods, and which blamed the Columbine high school massacre on antidepressants. Her daughter was also accused of being part of a group that attempted to intimidate a victim of Scientologist child rapist Danny Masterson. The release of a new album and plans for a 50-date world tour by one of the top-selling bands of all time make the 38-year-old one of the controversial religion's biggest stars when its traditional roster of big names, including John Travolta and Tom Cruise, has long been unchanged. The endorsements of headline talent like Travolta and Cruise, who joined Scientology when they were emerging superstars, brought glitz and appeal to the organization that no amount of money could buy. A confidential 2004 memo describes the outsized importance of famous members to Scientology's success and growth, saying a great deal of positive media comes from actions done by but Armstrong didn't require any recruiting effort. She is a celebrity success story raised inside the church. Okay, so this is an OSA Int Eval Order 90, and it's basically in regards to the PR that Scientology can benefit from celebrities. Now, the Daily Beast had pieced together just how deeply enmeshed she and her family are in the Church of Scientology, which said that our reporting about her history had the reek of religious intolerance and ignorance. Childhood in a cockroach-infested dorm. By the time she was of elementary school age in the early 1990s, Armstrong lived in a Los Angeles dormitory for the Cadet Org, the Children of the Sea Org, Scientology's innermost core of devoted staff. Former members told The Beast. So this particular building that is being talked about here is what's called the Anthony Building in Los Angeles, and I'll put up a photo of it. Her time in the Cadet Org is partially recounted in The Bad Cadet, a memoir by ex-Scientologist Catherine Spallino, who was raised in the church at the same time as Armstrong. Okay, so this is a Sea organization, Flag Order 760, 25th May 1968, Cadets Children Designation. I just want to draw your attention to this paragraph in the middle here. The word children is not to be used to describe these, as it is a generality. If there are children about, they are classified as children, but this does not include cadets. Children are people who have not passed check sheets and have no paid posts in the Sea Org. See, there's that differentiation that I was talking about earlier. And that was written by L. Ron Hubbard. Spallino's memoir uses pseudonyms for the people she grew up with, but multiple former Scientologists who were raised at the same facilities and are aware of the details of the book told the Daily Beast that Ava in the book is Armstrong. In their elementary school years, Spallino and Armstrong were among the children housed in a 4-story apartment complex called the Anthony Building, she said. Other former Scientologists have identified the building as a church property. So yes, it's true. The Anthony Building absolutely is a Scientology property, and this is where I first have memory of seeing Emily Armstrong or interacting with her. So she's a couple years younger than me. Children slept in 3-tier bunk beds and cockroaches were everywhere in the bathroom, Spallino wrote. Zoe Woodcraft, another Scientologist who lived at the Anthony Building as a child in the 1990s, said that the carpets were old and smelly and there were a lot of cockroaches. There was no proper bedding. Not one of us had a complete sheet set, blanket, and pillow, Woodcraft added. I slept without a pillow for many months.
Zoe Woodcraft grew up in Scientology.
So where'd you go then? So then I was like in the worst living conditions I think I've ever lived in, even worse than all this. I lived in something called the AB, the Anthony Building, which is on Fountain Avenue, Fountain Street.
In LA.
Yeah. And that's just like 4 stories of crap. That's just, it's, okay, they tore out the kitchen to make room for adults that were living in dorms with the children there. And they also like would live in the same rooms with us. Oh, also the dorms were really crowded. And we also had like 3-decker bunk beds and stuff like that to put in as much people as possible.
How many people would be in a room?
It would be like a small area, like a small little room, and have like 4 or 5 girls living in there. And then they would have, because say that was the bedroom, then they'd have the living area, which we just thought was another room for beds, and that would have maybe like 8 people in there. And then there was a tiny little kitchen area that had been ripped out, and that's where the adult was supposed to sleep. During the day, the kids at the LA dorm were taken several blocks away to the Apollo Training Academy.
a Scientology-run elementary school named after church founder L. Ron Hubbard's original Sea Org ship. This is from a Scientology publication, and here it says, what is the Cadet Estates Organization? The Cadet Estates Org is the largest Sea Org child care organization on the planet. It services approximately 500 children. The Cadet Estates Org is located in Los Angeles, California. It consists of the child care center and the Sea Org school called the Apollo Training Academy. So at the time of this publication, the kids were housed at 2 separate locations. One was the CEO, and the other location was this Apollo Training Academy, this ATA. 2 separate locations, Los Angeles, California. It consists of the Child Care Center and the Sea Org school called the Apollo Training Academy. So at the time of this publication, the kids were housed at 2 separate locations. One was the CEO, and the other location was this Apollo Training Academy, this ATA, which at the time of this document had the older kids, the younger kids, and the other 500 children. The Cadet Estates Org is located in Los Angeles, California. It consists of the Child Care Center and the Sea Org school called the Apollo Training Academy. So at the time of this publication, the kids were housed at 2 separate locations. One was the CEO, and the other location was this Apollo Training Academy, this ATA, which at the time of this document had the older kids. The younger kids were at the CEO. That's where I was. It says it's the child care. So that's where Emily was. That's where Catherine Spalino was. That's an official record of approximately 500 children were housed there. That is insane. Okay, and then the ATA, that's where the older kids were. So this says that it trains children, cadets, and young staff members who have not completed their legal schooling. The Sea Org school was established in June 1986. It has evolved from 30 students to 300 in present time. Oh my, that's insane. So they're saying that there was 500 at one location and then 300 at another location. That's 800 children in Los Angeles who are in this child labor system. At the time of this article, which was 1988, is the date of this article, which it says here. An internal 1988 Scientology promotional flyer for the Cadet Org and the Apollo Training Academy. So I arrived at the CEO, which is the child care facility, in 1990. And I just remember there just being hundreds of children. There was just so many kids. The chaos was just, it was insane. Okay, premises, the cadet.
Where are all the fucking kids? Where are all the fucking kids? Like, we don't see any kids. There's been a few here and there, but we don't see any kids. There's no kids. How many people are living here? No kids? $500, $800. Yeah, but all the people coming here are OT3 up to OT5, OT6. They're publics. They're coming in, they're flying in, they're taking an Uber to the hotel, and then they come across. They stopped letting Sea Org have kids, and the others are public, just there for training. But they're having church services. Is it just adults here for the church services? Are all kids included in the church services? What time are church services? What's the difference from a church service and an audit? Is audit and church services the same thing? Is church services separate from auditing? Are children involved in the services? Are children involved in the auditing? Is there an age limit for auditing? Is there an age requirement for auditing? Are all auditors ministers? Is every minister an auditor? Is it a self-help course? Or is it an auditing course? How many different organizations are involved in the auditing? Are there places where they don't do worship? Are the religious services self-help? Are all self-help courses religious? That's the questions in Discovery. That's going to be the questions. What are the qualifications to be a minister? Is the ministry part of going clear? Especially for a disturbing a religious, like for a disturbing a religious thing, that's huge. Go watch the COS bullshit propaganda. You see heaps of kids. They would probably consider everything they do as religious service. No real worship church, mainly self-help classes that are called religious services, I think. Well, that's what's going to be confusing. If it had ever ended up in court. I don't understand why they don't have like utility carts, like golf carts, or like golf carts, or like utility carts. It's all just human power. This car's been sitting there, no red zone called in, no red zone violation for this black car. I love that they moved the car out of the parking garage to take a spot on the side of the road. Briefcase. here. This is why this spot's perfect. Playing parking. We're parking words. No, this is not a stakeout. This is a protest. We're just here. We're filming the intersection, the road closures, and we're counting briefcases. That's it. We're not identifying anybody. We're not trying to identify anybody. The weirdos who try to do weird things, yes, absolutely. Yeah. I got, what's the over under on the security guard coming out with a car from the parking garage? Jumped away and nope. One, maintenance guy comes out with the car. Two, she pulls away, no one goes in there. All right, hold on, we got a minivan. What do we got here? All right, do we got a winner here? Green minivan, missing hubcap. What's your money? Put your bets on. We got a green light. He's got a left turn signal. We got the left turn signal. Waiting for that light change. What's the over under that she goes when the light hits red? We're going one. Winner, winner. All right, we got yellow light. Trifecta. What do we got? And it's a red light. Here comes the minivan. It's creeping out. It's creeping out. Slow dismount. Car starting. And they're off. And we got a minivan pulling right in. And we caught that on camera, folks. You saw it here. If you had one in the chat, you got some wins today. Number one. Are the wins? Stats are up for one. Stats are up for one. Is it the maintenance guy? Final question. What are the odds? What are the odds? Put your bets on. Is it the maintenance guy? One, two, other. I can't clearly see. Are we going?
No.
Is it the maintenance guy? Did we switch it up? Same guy, same guy. One. And we got the ones. The ones are taking it over here. Well fucking done. Ones in the chat. Ones are.
Damn, he did walk out this side.
No one's taking two. No one's taking two. Who's taking two? Come
on. There he goes.
Two. Someone's got two. Gelson's Blue Panther key. Gosh.
Oh, yeah, there he goes. slippery little rattlesnake. He looked guilty crossing the road. He knew what was up. Yes. If he would have just got off the passenger side, it wouldn't have been as creepy. Slippery little rattlesnake. Was that a win? Yes. Out the sliding door. Who does that? And why change it at that time? Just let the guy use the minivan. I'll show you. Watch him going across.
The maintenance guy is about to cross the street. We're on to you, buddy. We're watching your every move. Goes in. Signal. We're going. And you got some wins today. Number one. Are the wins? Stats are up for one. Stats are up for one. Is it the maintenance guy? Final question. What are the odds? What are the odds? Put your bets on. Is it the maintenance guy? One, two, other. I can't clearly see.
You can see the car move too when he gets out.
Maintenance guy? Did we switch it up? Same guy. One. And we got the ones. The ones are taking over here. Well fucking done. Ones in the chat. Ones are convinced nobody's taking two. No one's taking two. No one's taking two. Who's taking two? Come on, security guard. Two. Someone's got two. Gelson's blue bathroom key. Gosh.
There he goes.
Going against the crowd here. It's dangerous. We'll see. You never know.
Totally passed me by. Wasn't expecting him to slip out the passenger side.
Was trying to manipulate section, which is last week in court when it appeared that the defense.
I was just gonna call you. Literally. I literally was like, I going on Facebook, and I was gonna call you on Messenger. Literally. Oh.
LA City banned overnight parking for vans, RVs, etc. in restricted areas. Really? A 14-0 vote. They would limit RV parking while also providing restrooms, septic waste removal, help finding housing and other services in designated areas. And the RVs are like, to me, an RV is like a good solution for the homeless because you can move around. So you're not a burden to one area. Venice, Mar Vista, Westchester, Brentwood, and Pacific Palisades. Forcing homeless people to play a nightly game of musical chairs to find a place to sleep. Governor Gavin Newsom then ordered state agencies to remove encampments and encourage cities to follow. He threatened last week to take away state funding from counties that don't show improvement on homelessness. Councilmember Eunice Hernandez, who represents the East Side, where working class communities are facing the constant pressure of gentrification, you don't even have enough staff to enforce it. Intend to gather more information The legislation asked for a report from the city administrative officer and the Los Angeles Homeless Service Authority that would map out where people are living in RVs and identify potential parking slot space for them. Yeah, but some people don't want to live in a whole fucking... You don't want to have 30, 40 homeless people all living together. That's a recipe for just a fucking disaster. You want people spread out. You want a bunch of small things, not one large thing. So the only way this shit could really work, in my opinion. Yeah, LA County supervisors vote to expand ban on overnight parking of vehicles, including RVs, along Pacific Coast Highway. That shit's such bullshit. You can't take an RV down the US 1 and park on the beach. Some of those campsites aren't available for a year. That's like people's California retirement dream, is to get an RV and travel down the Pacific Coast Highway. Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors voted Tuesday to expand a ban overnight parking of vehicles, including RVs, on Pacific Coast Highway. This was September 25th. Despite the ban, several recreational vehicles were seen parked overnight along a stretch of the PCH Highway in Malibu. Where the owners of the RVs were unaware of the ordinance or deliberately chose to defy it was unclear. Under the law, parking on PCH is prohibited from 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. within the county limits from Coastline Drive to the Malibu city boundary. New signage along the scenic highway provides information about tollway zones and potential fines. Previously, RVs were only prohibited from parking on the north side of PCH from midnight to 2 a.m. and on the south side from 2 a.m. to 4 a.m. Longtime local residents have complained about RV owners allegedly dumping their trash onto the highway and into the ocean. Damn. So that's from Coastline Drive to Malibu city boundary. Coastline Drive. Damn. Damn. That's the whole fucking coast. All through Malibu. Basically that whole all Malibu. Little pass on both sides. That's bogus, man. That's I've stayed in those areas.
Throw it off a windy...
This is a videotape deposition of Donald. Beginning at 2:35 p.m. on May 28, 2010, in the matter of Francois Choquette versus Church of Scientology, case number RIC 538634, taken at 1325 Spruce Street in Riverside, California. May we have introductions beginning with counsel, please?
Kendrick Moxon for the defendants.
David Cantrell also for the defendants. Floyd Pedersen, CSI.
Chiquette, you're here.
François Chiquette.
Solemnly state under penalty of perjury that the testimony you'll give is proceeding to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Oh, yes. So,
Could you please state your name and spell it for the record?
my name is Donald James Myers, DONALDJAMES
Mr. Myers, do you have any recording devices?
No.
On your person, do you have a cell phone?
I have a cell phone.
Is it turned off?
Let's turn it off.
Mr. Chiquette, do you have any recording devices? You were served with a subpoena to appear today?
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
Do you understand the significance of the oath you just took?
Yes.
What's your understanding of it?
My understanding is that I won't lie.
And that you could be prosecuted if you did?
Of course.
Have you ever had your deposition taken before?
I was deposed once before in a case involving Sharon Stone and a guy who wrote a tell-all biography about her.
Who was that?
His name is Frank Sinello, and he wrote a book about her, and he quoted a lawyer that we met one time at dinner who gossiped about her. And when that got printed, the lawyer sued my friend. And since I was at the dinner, they subpoenaed me, and I went in and talked about what happened.
Your friend was Frank Sinello?
Yes.
Did he ever talk to you about Scientology, by the way?
Frank Sinello?
Yes.
Only the day that you guys were following me in 2008 when I did protesting.
I don't know what you mean by you guys, but you, in any event, certainly wasn't me.
No.
All right. Did you live with Frank Sinello?
Years ago.
When did you live with him?
I lived with him, it was about 1998 and 1999.
What's your relationship with him?
We were homosexual lovers.
Does he support you in your current attacks on Scientology?
I haven't talked to him for years. When I was subpoenaed in that issue involving his book, that was like 2000. That was like 11 years ago.
You haven't talked to him?
I talked to him once or twice in 2008. That was last time.
After you became involved in attacking Scientology or before?
I never attacked Scientology.
Well, let's say before or after.
You could say protest Scientology.
Let's use that word for the moment. Before or after that?
I knew him before, and then I had just begun protesting when that was the last time I saw him. That was in 2008.
Let me continue with my admonitions. The court reporter here to your left will be making a verbatim transcript. You'll have an opportunity to review the transcript when it's completed to make sure that it was accurate. Understood? And you can't say,
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes. Yes or no. No nonverbal things, just verbal things.
If you have any questions about anything or you're unclear about any question I've asked you, please ask me to clarify it already. Yes?
Yes. That's not very good. Yes.
Are you under the influence of any medication?
Unfortunately, I'm not going to answer any more questions. And the reason is she noted that I don't have a lawyer. And I don't have a lawyer because you threw my lawyer out. And then, if I was to get another one, I can't find any because you're pressuring them, just like you pressured Jeff Boyd's father, John Boyd, to not represent him. So it's very difficult for me to find a lawyer, especially since the one lawyer that I could get, Barry Van Sickle, is currently recuperating from hip surgery.
Also, you're going to have to explain to the judge why I can be recorded, but I can't record the deposition myself. And there's just no reason that I can't record the deposition and place it on whatever website I want. And also, I was not at the event. And finally, when I am deposed, if I can get a lawyer, I'll only talk about the raid on Gold Base in 2008, in which Mr. Choquette was attacked. I'm not going to talk about where I went to high school. I'm not going to talk about who my donors are. I'm not going to talk about other raids. I'm just going to talk about what this case is about, the day he got beaten up. And since I wasn't there, all I can do is give you secondhand information that other people have told me. So unfortunately, I've come here to try and fulfill my obligations, but because I do not have a lawyer and for these other reasons, I'm afraid I can't be deposed any further today.
Well, let's just get a few preliminary matters out of the way then before I actually ask you any substantive questions concerning this, all right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes.
And the reason is because we'll have to file a motion most likely respecting this.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
You had a number of communications with Mr. Cantrell respecting setting up the date of this deposition, correct?
Yes.
And at any time did you tell Mr. Cantrell, I'm going to come to the deposition, but I'm going to refuse to answer any questions?
No, I did not say that.
You were represented by Graham Berry.
I was.
Weren't you? And he decided to withdraw. Is that correct?
I believe you forced him out.
Did he decide to withdraw or not?
Not from defending me.
Did he tell you he wasn't going to represent you in this deposition?
No, he didn't. He said he wanted to, but you're not letting him.
Well, believe me, I have no say over what Mr. Berry does or doesn't do or who he does or doesn't represent. In any event, you were represented by Mr. Berry.
Yes.
He advised you with respect to this deposition initially, and then he withdrew, correct?
Yes.
You also talked to another lawyer named Barry Van Sickle?
I have not talked to him. We were hoping that he would be healthy enough that we could make arrangements that he could come down here and possibly interview me, Casper, and Resistance all in one day. But he is still has a broken head.
Who's Casper?
What's Casper's real name? No, it's...
Margolis is the last name.
Yeah, Drew Margolis.
He's an anonymous member?
You subpoenaed him, remember? Casper, the bald guy. You said that you'd never... When you saw him at the... Riverside courthouse a few months ago, you said...
Okay.
He was the guy you said that I'd never recognized you without your... I've never seen you without your mask on before.
Right. That's the guy. That's Drew Margolis.
Yes.
And his anonymous name is Casper?
Casper.
All right, and who told you that Mr. Van Sickle would be representing you?
No one did. We were hoping that he might be well enough to do that, but he's not.
Who's we?
My ex-lawyer, Graham Berry, and I.
So you've been coordinating with Mr. Berry with respect to getting other potential counsel?
He's trying to help me. Unfortunately, most lawyers don't want to deal with Scientology. And so my choice of them is very limited.
I assume you don't pay lawyers either?
No.
Have you ever communicated with Mr. Van Sickle?
I've met him before when we were in the restraining order case from 2008 with Lisa Gwiesel. Whenever he was there that day.
Did you speak to Stuart Richland about this case?
He didn't want to deal with it. He's involved with medical marijuana.
And so he has is it a disability he's got that he didn't want to represent you in this?
He doesn't want to get involved in Scientology like that.
Does Mr. Berry work for Mr. Richland, by the way?
I really have no idea.
Some of the emails that you exchanged with Mr. Choquette suggested that Mr. Richland was paying Mr. Berry to do some work for him.
I don't know. You'd have to ask him. I help him with his Scientology stuff.
Help who?
I help Graham.
Graham Berry?
Yes.
What do you mean? You
I go and fix his computer when it's broken, and I run his computer systems.
Is that why the videos were provided to you from this incident where Mr. Choquette was arrested up at Gold?
I'm not sure what that question means. Say that again. Can you rephrase that?
Were any of the videos that were taken of the day of Mr. Choquette's arrest given to you?
All of them were given to me by people who were there.
Who gave you videos?
Sock Puppy, Glib, and Resistance.
And those are the anonymous names of those persons?
I don't know Sock Puppy's real name. Glib, you interviewed a couple weeks ago, and Resistance is, her real name is, what's Resistance's real name? Patricia Curtis, yeah.
So Resistance is her anonymous name, her real name is Patricia Curtis?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
And you claim you don't know who Sock Puppy is?
No.
But Sock Puppy gave you a video.
Sock Puppy gave me the video of him being beaten.
Where's that video now?
Well, he has the original copy, and then you have a copy also. I have a copy.
Are you claiming that was on the hard drive you provided?
Yes. An unedited, I think I mentioned that in the piece of paper that I gave everything to you with. An unedited video of the attack taken by Sock Puppy.
So all the originals were in your custody at some point?
No, they were just copies.
The original, what was the original video from Mr. Choquette given to you?
Yes. His video was the point where he's walking down the road, and then Danny Dunnigan gets out of his car and they start fighting.
And you were the one that first put that video up on the internet, correct?
No, I think other people put up raw footage of the unedited video, or the video was up on the internet from several people, and I put up an edited version that was the entire event, mostly.
Who told you to edit that version, by the way, before it went up on the internet?
Who told me to edit it?
Yeah.
I just asked for all the footage that everyone had, and then I edited it.
The section where Mr. Choquette approached the guards, and he was talking to the guards, and the guard was talking back to him, telling him he's trespassing. You remember that part of it?
Yes.
Right before he was arrested?
Yes.
And you edited out some of the language from Mr. Choquette and some of the times when the guard told him he was trespassing, correct?
Yes.
Why'd you do that?
He felt that there was too much cussing.
Who did?
Mr. Choquette. And since the guard already said to leave several times, it's the insanity.
So Mr. Choquette didn't want people to know that he had, as you say, cussed the guard, correct?
Yes.
And you also cut out part of it where the guard told him he was trespassing. You cut out a couple of your trespassing quote, didn't you?
That I don't remember. I probably might have, but I remember him saying several times anyway in the video.
And the video that you edited was the one that Mr. Choquette gave to the prosecutors, isn't it? video that you edited was the one that Mr. Choquette gave to the prosecutors, isn't it?
I'm not sure that I had the unedited one, and I believe that you would have to ask him what he did to the prosecutor.
When did you give him the original video back?
I'm not sure what he can give you.
Well, when did he give you the unedited video of the period of his arrest?
Oh, I'm not sure, but it was, must have been a couple of days. I'd need to see the upload date for some of those videos, but it couldn't have been more than, I think, a week or two after the event, but I'm not certain.
Well, I printed off a directory of all the videos that were on there. If you would like to look at that, maybe you can point out the video that you're referring to. They're in alphabetical order.
Okay.
So if you could tell me where the original video was that Mr. Choquette gave to you.
The original was taken by Sock Puppy, so Sock Puppy gave it to him, and then he gave it to...
The original of Mr. Choquette talking to the guard.
Oh, that was his video. That was Choquette's video. So I'm sure he gave that to me just a few days after the... He gave it to me between the day of the attack and the day that I uploaded my edited version, but I don't think it was a very long time. So let me just look at this for a moment. I don't remember the exact file name. It might have been this one, Came at Orange, but I'm not sure.
Give me that name again.
Came_at_orange.
I see the date of that is December 1st, 2008.
Yes, 12/1. That might have been when it was, yes, last modified. Maybe that might be the wrong date. That might not be the right one. Sometimes when people give me files, their file names don't always make sense. I just edit it anyway. I believe I mentioned in the piece of paper I gave you that the entire unedited video was on here.
Here, I'm handing you a copy of the cover page.
Right. Video from participants, including full attack video 1026.
Well, the name you have in your cover letter dated May 4th, 2010 says, quote, 10/26/2008 gold base attack.
Yes.
I don't see that on this list, though.
Well, I didn't get file names, but did you not find that file in there?
I haven't seen it.
Do you have the hard disk?
Yeah.
Yeah, we both submitted it. It might be one of these ones that has a non-name, MBI 437 or something like that. It'd be easier if this was sorted by date. Do you have another list that's sorted by date?
No. So as you sit here, you can't tell me which video is the one that you say is the full video from Mr. Choquette that was given to you, the original given to you of the arrest, correct?
The arrest was Sock Puppy's video Sock Puppy gave to him, and then he gave to me. The attack was his video that he gave to me. So, yeah, I can't tell from this list which one it is.
You say his. So what you're calling the attack video is when he's speaking to the security guard, and then he's arrested by the security guard. That's what you're calling the attack video?
Right, where the car drives up and Danny Gunnigan gets out.
Okay, and the original of that was given to you by Mr. Choquette?
Yes. And then the other one is Sock Puppy's video of what happened afterwards. And then that Sock Puppy's video went to Choquette and then to me.
Why did they go to you, by the way?
Because I was the one who offered to edit the video.
Mr. Choquette asked some people, or you and others, if someone would edit the video to take out the cussing?
No.
No, you can't. You cannot interrupt him, Mr. Choquette. You can't interrupt him during a question. You can't coach him. That is, you can't go off and speak to him either.
Well, we're going to wrap this up soon. Could you repeat the question again? Oh, yes, editing. Those videos have been placed online by a couple different people, and I offered to edit all of them together into one.
Is the original video up anywhere online? The original uncut video of, and let me just focus on the time period. So when Mr. Choquette is walking down the dirt road, approaches the Jeep that the security guard is in. He and the security guard have a dispute. The security guard is telling him he's trespassing. Mr. Choquette says, "Fuck you." Then at some point, they have a bit of a conversation for a little while, if you call that a conversation. And then Mr. Gunnigan comes up and arrests him. That's the video I'm talking about.
I'm not sure if that's online or not.
Have you ever seen it online? An unedited version of that?
I don't recall one. Would you like us to make sure that you get a copy of that video? We can't find it on the list.
Well, yeah, I would like you to, since you've got originals of obviously what you gave us in the hard drive, if you can let us know what
the file name is.
Yes, sir. What file name is this original video of that incident?
I'll check my files when I get home, and I'll email Mr. Cantrell with that for my copy here.
Now, you were also present at a raid.
I'm not talking about anything like that.
Let me give you the question for you. You were also present at a raid at Gold Base on September 27th, 2008, shortly before the arrest, correct?
I don't recall. I'd have to check my records. There was one point I was at Gold Base 4 times in 1 week.
That was around with Mr. Choquette?
Probably only sometimes. I don't recall. I had so many trips there.
I can show you a copy of the video that you did provide to us of you photographing Mr. Choquette at Gold Base.
Then he must have been there.
Yeah, would you like me to show you that? So you see what I'm talking about?
No. I need to get a lawyer. We've already gone. As far as I'm willing to take this without a lawyer, I'm sorry.
Do you feel that there's some liability to you?
No, I just feel that anyone who is representing themselves has a fool for a client. That's an old joke, but it's pretty fitting right now. I don't want to represent myself.
All right. Well, we do intend to seek a motion to compel your testimony. And as you can see, we've gone to the trouble of hiring a court reporter and a videographer.
Yes, I'm very appreciative of that because I know Mr. Choquette has gone to jail once over us not having a proper recording of what he had said, so I'm very glad that you're here.
And as you know, as a courtesy to you, we extended the deposition start time till noon. You requested that we do that, and we extended it till noon. And then you called sometime late morning and said
10:20 and said that I was going to be late.
Said you'd be here too, and you arrived about 2:30. Correct?
Yes,
and,
correct.
I actually happened to be looking out the window. You drove up in a taxi with Mr. Choquette.
Yes.
And Mr. Choquette took a bicycle out of the trunk of the taxi. Is that correct?
Yes.
Whose bicycle was that?
His.
He lifted it out of the trunk of the taxi?
All by himself.
Why? Did you bring the bicycle to him, or?
No, it's not my bicycle.
Why does he have a bicycle in the trunk of the taxi?
Because he rode a bicycle to the train station.
I see. Do you know if Mr. Choquette is on any medication?
This interview is over, as Tommy Davis would say. I will get home and we'll have that file for you. Do I get something to reimbursement for mileage?
You certainly will when your deposition is taken.
I see, well, that's something to look forward to.
Yes, you will. If you're demanding reimbursement for today's trip, let me know.
I don't have to demand it. I was just curious. Good day, gentlemen.
You have the record now? That will conclude the deposition for the moment. We're off the record.
Peppermint extract, peppermint tech applied. Sugar.
I'm Hollywood Gaytheist, the angry gay pope. I told you don't know what a pre-clear is.
And
I'm not joking.
Okay,
I'm not joking.
I understand. If you're here to see the show, you can see the show, but...
I'm Hollywood Gaytheist, the angry gay pope. Nobody protests Scientology better. Your bail money at this link makes the following interpolation possible. Actors are narcissistic, and the Church of Scientology catered to narcissists. The acting center, LA, in the San Fernando Valley on Ventura. I thought you just said there's a bunch of pre-clears in there.
It was a joke. And
I'm not joking.
Okay.
One of their stars is imitator Jim Meskimen. I haven't watched his ad, but he's good-looking in person, gets an A for effort. We decided to infiltrate it using the instructions of Scientology's handbook, Shattering Suppression. Well, we're good out here too. Thank you so much for the update.
Oh, that's the girl. Oh, here, look at this girl. This is the girl from. This is the girl that I think Chi captured her. Or Confident Chris. Who captured her? Matt. I think it was Matt. Not your face.
Infiltrated using the instructions of Scientology's handbook, Shattering Suppression. Well, we're good out here too. Thank you so much.
She was the one who she was at this event. She was doing some of the, she was walking around this weekend. On Saturday, no, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Saturday. At the vet, yes. She was trying to body rot her people. Yes, that's who you have on film, right? That's what I thought. Her handler right behind her. Ain't that a picture? Come on, ma'am. We got to go.
We're good out here.
This is at the acting center. This is the acting center with Jim Meskimen, who's an actor, and it has pictures of him with Aludo.
Thank you so much for the update.
We decided to infiltrate it using the instructions of Scientology's handbook, shattering suppression.
Well, we're good out here too. Okay. Thank you so much for the update.
Touch assist.
The cult is here tonight.
Are we late?
Just a couple minutes. He's on his first day.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, we're wondering, could we get a discount because we're pre-clears?
I don't know if you're pre-clears if I can give you a discount because I think a lot of people here are pre-clears. But,
do a lot of pre-clears take courses?
Sure. Okay. Well, we're just a school doing a show, so,
I think instead you should have said, what's a pre-clear? Because you just admitted this is a Scientology organization.
no, I just admitted I do what's I
You're suffering. Even people who've heard of Scientology don't know what a pre-clear is. Where are you on the bridge?
I don't really need to get into this kind of conversation.
Really? I think it's an important conversation because people who aren't Scientologists might sign up here for courses. Yeah, and they don't want to be pressured to join.
They're not asked to join.
Really? I thought you just said there's a bunch of pre-clears in there.
It was a joke.
I'm not joking.
Okay.
I'm not joking.
I understand. If you're here to see the show, you can see the show.
Scientology is a cult! Shame on you all! Shame on you, Scientology scum! Scum! Thank you so much. Where are you on the bridge? Where are you? They're going out a side door. Where are you on the bridge? Where are you on the bridge? Where are you on the bridge? Hi, where are you on the bridge? It's very negative. You could have hurt me with that. You could have hurt me with that. Where are you on the bridge, ma'am? You're going to use your OT powers against me?
Scientology killed Alexander Judge. Oh, yeah?
You're going to use your OT powers against me,
Why
honey?
aren't you using your OT powers, sir?
Yeah.
You should have
You're
stopped
so
on the whole
pathetic.
track.
You should be ashamed to be a Scientologist.
Sir, you should have stopped us on the whole track. Why didn't you stop us on the whole track?
Got your license plate.
Are you not
Got your license plate.
Are you in control?
Oh.
Are you in control of the whole track? I'll repeat the auditing question. Are you in control of the whole track? Are you in control of the whole track?
You could have. Don't you dare touch me.
I'm not touching you.
That's good. Where are you on the bridge?
Can you guys leave?
Where are you on the bridge?
Can you guys go?
Where are you on the bridge?
Can you
Call
leave?
the police. Where are you? Tie on and a white shirt. mask him and you're a scumbag.
Are you having trouble with Ellery's door tag? Body thing is locked up. Keep a change.
Legends eyes with
Since like keeper.
So is this like how you enjoy spending your afternoons, chasing and harassing people? Asking the evil justice through to you.
In 2008, I got a 3-year restraining order placed against me for this innocent conversation. It expired years ago, but the church continues to use it against me.
I don't know why you're always annoying me with your shirt on.
Because it's hot, and I'm here all day. I'm here.
Any longer.
I'm not pointing.
Any longer.
I'm not stalking you. Dear detectives, hi. I'm the angry gay pope.
You're the A, okay.
Uh-huh. How you doing, sir?
What's doing here?
They're taking people to the IAS at the Shrine Auditorium.
Supposed to stop here.
Understood. I'm trying to get moving right now.
You go through this every time. What the fuck? I'm not supporting Miscavige. I'm not gonna die for him. You guys have attacked me, Bruce Settle.
It's horrible.
Look. The gay guy in this organization already knows in staff that these buses go down there. This subject will never be finished, will it, Dave? Will it? I don't care what you're gonna say now. You already did it. It's parked here. The guy, this is, I don't give a ass shit about our neighbors. That's what this is. Look, crooked.
Well,
this is no parking.
Don't they also park the street sweeper in front of your building, in front of your house, and run it for hours?
What the hell is this? Okay, diesel is. You want us? You don't give a damn about us? We live on this street.
They shut the street down yesterday, didn't they?
I've been through this stuff in Croy. Millions of times with this guy with his buses. Tell Miscavige to get his own fucking parking lot.
Hi, gang. Have you heard of iScientology.org? No, that's the independent Scientology website.
They don't speak English, I don't think.
You can go to Cabbage? Oh, okay.
They don't speak English, man. Give her a break.
Scientology dentist?
Yeah, he closed his practice 3 weeks after I called in and said my friend was coming. This is no fucking parking. What the hell are you doing? I live here. You don't. No parking. No parking. No. This guy.
Kathy, you gotta move. Kathy, you gotta move.
1953. You gotta do that.
Kathy, you gotta move. You gotta go. Kathy, you have to move. Kathy, you gotta move. Oh, why not? Kathy, he's trying to go. Kathy, he's trying to go. Kathy, he's trying to go.
Why are you so...
What's doing here?
They're taking people to the IAS Shrine Auditorium.
Supposed to stop here.
Understood. I'm trying to get moving right now.
You go through this every time. What the fuck? I'm not supporting this garbage. I'm not gonna die for him. You guys have attacked me through subtle.
It's horrible.
What? What are you going to say? What do you want to say? You want to meet me outside? Come on, let's go outside. Go ahead. Come on. Go ahead. What's your name? Go on. What's your name? Sir, step on. I'm outside. Oh, step on. I'm outside. This is public property. Don't push me. Just step on the property. What's your name? Don't push me. Sir, step on the property. I'm defending myself. You are in the property. This is called defending yourself. Out of the property. You can't touch me. Keep it the fuck off of me, you piece of shit. Step on the property. What? What are you going to say? Go outside. What do you want to say? Oh, I'm outside. Yeah, I'm leaving, but I need his name. Who's the... What? What are you going to say? Go outside. What do you want to say?
If you're at your house and you had some people who were trespassing and I arrived on scene, would you want them to be at least identified so you know who they were?
Certainly, if they really could happen.
Right.
But I haven't.
And so, I mean, of course, this is all he said, she said. So when it comes to...
I was about 15 years old, and I remember him just sitting down with me, you know, being like, you know, this is kind of like what you got to do, Aaron, in your future. And
the day will come, we will name names other than Sean Combs. There's a lot of names.
I don't know, Odo. They're working on the tree. I can't get over that way. I'm gonna have to step onto your property here right here to go across. Oh no, I'm gonna have to step on your property. Oh my goodness, look at him go! Look at him go! You go, Odo! Let's go for a stop shot. There we go. There we go. So is this like how you enjoy spending your afternoons, chasing and harassing people? Is this how you enjoy spending your afternoons, chasing and harassing people? Are you gonna follow me and try and get my license plate number? Because you tried that already and it didn't work. That's why I'm the angry gay pope and you're just a member of an evil cult. Oh.
Very sad.
Your PC folders are not confidential.
I'm trying to show them how it's going to there. Do you understand the dynamics? You know what those are? Explain. Okay, the dynamic.
Hello, Odo. After your usual tricks of sitting on a bicycle, that's like an 8-year-old's job. Maybe you could deliver newspapers while you're on the bike. The LRH Times. They got him over there at Author Services in Hollywood, you know. The newspapers about the Pulp Fiction. That would be great. Odo, this is a public walkway.
Yeah, I ain't stopping it. I'm just asking you not to come up.
Uh-huh. Yes, I see. Code 1 of yours work out, Odo. As I recall, the cops used to be right there where that fat lady is. Now they're gone. I don't think they think this is so important. I think you're overreacting. And you talk on your cell phone far too much. Came all this way, and now I'm going the other way.
Ooh, you're going to lose some weight on this job, aren't you? How about you, Odo? You've lost enough on your cell phone, far too much. Came all this way, and now I'm going the other way. Ooh, you're going to lose some weight on this job, aren't you? How about you, Odo? You've lost enough weight on their low-protein diet. Do you get enough sleep? I know they just love to keep you all sleep-deprived. Can't think too straight, you know. Any comments on your diet, your sleep? How much do you make a week? How are you today? You're just passing by, Odo. Isn't that why you all got me? It's stat day. So, all of these people... How you doing, Odo? Just walking along. Just walking along, aren't we? Strolling with no particular purpose in mind. Hi, ma'am. Has Scientology made you happier? How so?
Because I have so many engrams taken off.
Oh, your engram's taken off.
Yeah.
Oh, good. Hi, ma'am. Has Scientology made you happier? How so?
Because I have so many engrams taken off.
Oh, your engram's taken off.
Yeah.
Oh, good. He is so quiet. Odo, come back.
Damn.
Odo.
That used to look nice in there. How that used to look. Why'd they cut out all those trees? And the shrub. They had a nice set up there.
Is Miss Cabbage back? I promise. I reserved the high-definition camera for the real stars of Scientology, the guards. Call the police on me again, Odo. Are you going to call the police on me again? Because it didn't work last time, did it? Oh, no. Oh, no. Hello, Odo. What's happening? Anonymous is here to watch Scientology disappear into nothing. All the orgs are dead like this. You can lie in Portland, and they don't know that the world headquarters of American Scientology is...
Oh, no. What's happening today?
Avoiding me! Why are you avoiding talking about your empty org?
You know what date is?
Hi, Odo! You Scientology scum! You look like such a big boy Scientologist now. You look such like a big boy Scientologist now with your helmet. Oh,
So nice.
yes. Isn't it, Odo? That's great. Just for Tony Ortega's blog, you know. You can escape through an underground railroad of people who've left the Sea Org. You're being mistreated. You should try and flee. There are ways you can escape through an underground railroad of people who've left the Sea Org. You'll be able to see your family again. You won't have to pretend that I'm not talking to you. Hi, Odo. How you doing?
That's the guy who just crawled through the minivan earlier.
How you doing, Odo?
Copy link. An Odo's file.
Don't like me talking about the RPF to you, Odo.
You're on private property, you need to step back.
Oh, how do you know?
Because I can see.
Oh, that's good. Well, we're still giving each other blowjobs in the shower.
Are you shaking?
Maiden voyage anniversary. There we go. In May. Hello. Good boy. Ooh, I love it when you pout. I love it when you pout. Japanese blowjobs in the shower. Mills' property. I just looked. Blowjobs in the shower. Oh, Mills' property. Mask is covering my ears. Why don't you just sort of go about your business completely normal or correctly? To edit video. You gross.
What did Diddy do now? Let me tell you what Diddy did now. Diddy's lawyers. What's not to love? More beaches than you can count.
I mean, it's Cersei.
Here's what I'm going to ask you. It is against the law for you guys to block the driveway. What you're doing right now is blocking the driveway.
You told us to stand here.
Walk across. And I'm going. They already came out here and they already asked you to leave the area and to not block the driveway. I'm going to give you a chance to leave the area. Will you comply? Will we leave this area? Will you leave and not block the driveway?
We won't block the driveway, but we won't leave.
Across it. Okay. So you are agreeing to not block the driveway.
Yes.
You are going to leave. If what do you mean by leave?
Yeah.
You're saying I need you to leave the driveway and not block the ingress or egress of any of these driveways.
Oh, we never do.
Okay. Then you cannot be crossing the driveways and blocking any of the ingress or egress.
We don't. The only people blocking egress and ingress are you, and you're allowed.
Okay. So are we all on this Saturday? So are you?
Because we're blocking. Officer, if there's no car in the driveway, then we're not blocking anything by walking across. What?
I'm his attorney. Come with me. I'm his attorney. Can I get this done?
Why are you trying to take his camera?
They're arresting him for trespassing.
Walk with him. Okay. That's a big football. Okay.
Yes.
Walk with him. Will you take him, officer? You want to trespass here?
Yeah. That's bullshit.
Okay, you've arrested for trespass, haven't you? Yes, sir. Are you going to comply? I am complying.
still blocking. No, we are not blocking anything. Come on, this is ridiculous. Okay, I'll stand up here.
Now you're on their property.
No, this isn't their property. The easement is from the middle of the road out 50 feet on both sides.
Okay, I'm gonna have to ask you to move, sir.
If we move over there, we will be near the targeted residences where we're not allowed to go.
Okay. Then we're allowed, then I need you to go back. Okay. Are you guys not gonna come home?
I know, we need to know what they own.
Apology.
You want me to give him something?
Catherine Frazier.
Hello? Who's this? Oh, I'm sorry. We are getting arrested at a protest. I'm sorry, I can't talk right now. I'm on the curb.
Okay, this is still a turn lane.
Where does the turn lane end? Where would I be not blocking egress or ingress? What's going on?
You and I are going to hit at the substation.
Okay.
And then now that they yes, the end of the segregation. Okay. Which I don't know.
Yes, I am. It's not against the law, is it?
I'm not saying it's against the law.
I'm not blocking egress or ingress.
This is what
No. I won't listen to it. You can ask me.
I believe many of these sinners were men.
Thanks, Deb.
In the former Pirates Cove of Clearwater on Florida's Gulf Coast, any visitor quickly realizes who is fighting for power today. Scientologists dominate the downtown area. In Clearwater, they have come one step closer to their dream of having their own Scientology city. Out of 100,000 inhabitants, about 6,000 belong to the sect. Additionally, Scientologists from around the world are making their pilgrimage to a former luxury hotel, where they pay thousands of dollars for courses that promise higher degrees of initiation. The Fort Harrison is their religious center. Anyone who approaches it is watched. The sect security service follows our camera team everywhere. Scientology's security men report every enemy movement. The man whom the Scientology leadership perhaps fears the most, Bob Minton, a multi-millionaire banker who is waging a war against the sect. The Crusader is tense.
A little bit, yes. It's a little bit Lion's Den type thing. There are a lot of ex-Scientologists who have said to me, whatever you do, don't go in the Fort Harrison Hotel. Some incident will be staged. You'll be accused of attacking someone from the Church of Scientology. Be careful, because they're out to get you. You're not paranoid. They are, in fact, out to get you.
Bob Minton is bringing the battle to Clearwater, the heart of Scientology, because he believes in democracy American style. Don't wait for the government to act. Do it yourself. Minton has never been a member of the sect. The 51-year-old computer buff launched his crusade when Scientologists tried to silence critics on the internet.
You can see that they've mobilized a lot of resources, human resources, in order to keep an eye on us, so they obviously are somewhat concerned by it.
The spokesman for Scientology in Clearwater, Brian Anderson, immediately launches a counterattack.
Bob Minton spending money to fuel attacks against the church would be like a Nazi funding money to some anti-Jewish organization. I mean, to stir up trouble and to give, when you give money to somebody to attack a minority religion, then that's an evil.
Bob Minton believes the evil is on the other side of the street.
There were an awful lot of people who had an incredible amount of pain inflicted on their lives by having been involved in this organization, the Church of Scientology. And one of the terrible things about their involvement is that once they were out and tried to speak out against the church really tried to destroy these people, either through driving them into financial ruin or excessive litigation. I wanted to try to level the playing field so these people had a chance to fight back.
And Bob Minton has the funds to do it.
How much of your own money have you spent so far in this war?
So far, $1.4 million.
Yeah. 1.4?
Yes, and I've got another couple of $100,000 that I've committed. If necessary, I'll do more.
2,500 miles from Clearwater, Bob Minton bought a secluded house on this island for two former members of Scientology. Their old neighborhood was besieged by pro-Scientology demonstrators. A $300,000 refuge.
Yeah, and then you went and got the kitty.
Even here, Stacy Young no longer feels safe. Recently, neighbors received anonymous warnings. The cats kept in Young's kennels are carriers of infectious diseases.
It got so bad finally that one night 2 women showed up at our door from the mental health department to commit me. Because they had received anonymous calls that I was crazy and that I was collecting diseased cats, a sure sign of insanity. And they were very surprised when they actually met me and had a chance to talk to me, and I explained to them what was actually going on with the Scientologists, what they were trying to do. Bob Minton called that he would like to help us. He saved our lives, really.
Commercials airing across the country sell Scientology as a religious philosophy. The sect's expensive courses promise to solve life's problems, to boost confidence, and to create a better world. In the U.S., stars like John Travolta openly declare themselves to be followers of Scientology and help promote the product.
So many people have this whole thing wrong, right? That this book, finally, after all these years, explains everything. It answers questions lost and taken. It sets the record straight.
them with psychoanalysis and science fiction. The man that should be helped, that's the man you should help out, because that fellow is having a hard time. German courts have ruled the sect seeks primarily to make money. But in the U.S., Scientology is recognized as a religion. This is why Scientologists have become I used to live in a village of 1,500 inhabitants. The people used to jump out of my way left and right as if I had leprosy, because it was known that I was a Scientologist. My children were beaten up on the way home from school every single day. They had no friends.
Meine Kinder hatten keine Freunde mehr. Wir haben unsere Sonntagsgottesdienste hier.
We have our Sunday services here. We have weddings. When someone dies, we have counseling. We have baptisms. We have everything a normal church has, only we enjoy it more. The 45-year-old uncovered devotee professes not to know that former members are harassed by her church. I know that as a conservative, the church nobody $97,000, almost half her salary, on courses taught by the sect. A year later, in 1995, during a special ceremony, she reached what is known in the church as the clear status, which promises inner peace and happiness. Just 2 months later, Lisa had a minor car accident, and after an ambulance arrived, she suddenly ran down the road, stripped off her clothes, and said, "I need help." Paramedics took her to the hospital for observation. Several Scientologists suddenly appeared and persuaded her to return to the Fort Harrison. What happened then is still unclear. But the Scientologists who were assigned to watch Lisa noted down all the details while her condition rapidly deteriorated. Tried to feed her again, but wouldn't take any food. Needs 2 liters fluid when awake. She has scratches and abrasions all over her body. After 17 days, the Scientologists finally decided to take Lisa to a hospital. But the driver bypassed the closest hospital and didn't even stop at the next one or the one after that either. Instead, the Scientologists drove for 45 minutes to Newport Richey Hospital, where the emergency room doctor was a Scientologist. Too late for Lisa McPherson. She was dead on arrival, emaciated and almost completely dehydrated. The state attorney in Clearwater will soon decide whether or not to prosecute the Scientologists.
They're getting told to go inside. They're watching, waiting for me to pop out. Any wins today, guys? Any wins? Tell me a success story. OT3, you guys are OT3, maybe OT6, OT5. You're making it. You got a way to go yet. The road is just closed. Why'd you crawl out the door like that? Why didn't you just exit the door like a normal person? Why'd you crawl through the door? Why do you steal the parking spots when you have a whole parking garage? Fucking weirdo. Well, they slipped in there. I didn't see them slip in. They slipped in and paid the meter. Oh, he got that one too. Sneaky little rattlesnakes. I caught it on video.
I mean, he's very charitable and very helpful and, very patient.
Right. Yeah, no, I mean, a sweet guy.
Very.
Yeah.
And very intelligent, too. I mean,
good. Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Somebody's got to say something about that.
Oh, thank you.
I've seen these young girls like this.
Yeah.
16, 17 years, and they abduct them.
Thank you. Thank you.
What?
What are you guys doing? Turkey, Thanksgiving? What are you guys trying to colonize my my chat?
Daylight and smoke, so clear and so plain. I'm the keeper of nothing but an old flame, consuming the shadow, caught in the light, blinded by hunger, dead to the night. Darling, you came to me like a dream, and this endless life. My heart was reaching, so tangled and twined, like vines in the willows, serpentine killer, bound by his vines. Glory was calling, she wailed and she whined, higher and higher, leave it all behind. Darling, you came to me in the glory I longed to search was unending, and my soul was bare. And darling, you came to me like a midnight flare. Out of the ocean, the stars had all gone. My heart was broken, lost and alone. Darling, you came to me like a big wailing
What? No, you're good. You too.
feeling my way through the darkness, guided by a beating heart. I can't tell where the journey will end, but I know where to start. They tell me I'm too young to understand. They say I'm caught up in a dream. Well, life will pass me by if I don't open up my eyes, so that's fine by me. So wake me up when it's over, when I'm wiser and I'm older. All this time I was finding myself and I didn't know I was lost. So wake me up when it's all over, when I'm wiser and Wish that I could stay forever this young. Not afraid to close my eyes. Life's a game made for everyone, and love is the prize. So wake me up when it's over, when I'm wiser and I'm older. All this time I was finding myself, and I didn't know I was gone. So wake me up when it's over.
would live.
Whiskey smokes and LSD. Railroad tracks on along the creek. Walk 'em up and down in the summer heat. Same old boy changing like the seasons. Country kid turning to a town like heathen. Country kid turning to a town like heathen.
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
Hey, I can't believe today was a good day. To the bed and hit the showers. Didn't even get no static from the cowards. Cause just yesterday, them fools tried to blast me. Saw the police and they rolled right past me. No flexing, giving me in a nigga's direction as I ran the intersection.
going on?
Nothing great, really job.
Hell yeah. Get it.
That's a good fight.
Thanks. Thanks. Have a great night, man. Well, thank you. Have a good night. Thanks. Hello.
Smells knocks me on my knees. It didn't hurt, flirt, blood, squirt, stop shooting me on a tree. After I count down 3 rounds and hell, I'll be in good company.
Lieutenant back.
Put my time in here, folks. I hate to break it to you, but I have to give up the parking spot. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to say that. I've lost patience for the area. It's going to be a tough break, I know, guys. I got shit to do, man. Allegedly. I think Lara's doing a fucking... Wow. Holy fucking files. Damn. Audits community posts. Yeah. Damn. Yeah, be careful pulling out with this bitch, man. Gold car. Clipped it again. Damn. OT9 doesn't exist! OT9 doesn't exist! All right, you guys want to go to Laura's stream? I'm done. I'm done, man. I'm done. Laura's about to do an artology. If you want to hang out with her. All right, later, y'all.